Nope. 1 second. Why? Oh, I see why. There we go. Oh, let me get my reactive Fugi. Apparently my fucking phone died while I was away, so I have to let it charge up before I can use my Life 2D, which is awesome. Where do I not have one for myself? That's crazy. Okay. 1 moment. There we go. All right. Get these images here. Hello, Sayomalo. Congrats on first, and hello, Lilith. Welcome in. What do I want to do with this? Yeah, sure. If anyone else has any images, feel free to submit them now while I'm getting them set up. Hello, Fent Moggers. Welcome, welcome. Very cute. All right. Okay. Oh, whoops. My bad. 1 moment. Where the frick? Let's see. For some reason, my save's not here. Okay, I think I know what it is. 1 moment. I just gotta hide this. That's probably what it is. Yeah, let's try this. There we go. Anyway, what do we gotta do? We need to get Milo Tick. I love getting work ticks the moment I start stream. Okay. There we go. Get Sprig his chair so he can get all comfortable. Alright. God, we have no room. um. Oh yeah, so I traded our last Master Ball over because it turns out we've used every other Master Ball throughout the 5 games we played through in Gen 3. So this is our last one. I'm going to hold on to it in case of emergencies while shiny hunting. Otherwise, I have some strats that I think will be very nice for keeping Pokemon like the Reggies alive while we try to catch them. But before we get into that, we need to work on getting Feebas evolved, which requires Bluckberries and what was the other one? Let me check. Kelp Sea. Okay. Kelp Sea and Bluck. Well, we have plenty of both. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Oh yeah, where's the Berry Master? He's like, is he in this town? Berry Master Emerald. Or no. He's the Pokeblock Master Emerald. The Blend Master, rather. He occasionally appears in the Lily Cove Contest Hall. Okay. So he should be down here? Ah, he's not in today. Or maybe this is him. I don't know if that's him. Let me look. I do not want to waste these. Hello, Peanut. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's the rare NPC. It looks like the 3 NPCs are probably going to be the best because the Blend Master's not in. Okay. We're going to make a save first. Wahaha! Congrats on the 80 stream streak. Or no, that's 80 times you've clocked in. I'm sorry. Okay. So according to this guide, 6 Kelpsea, 3 Bluck. Let's do our 3 Blucks first. Glad you're able to catch this one on time. You're moving soon. Waiting for the truck. Dude, you're Lilith, you're just like the protagonist in Hoenn. You're moving in the truck. You're gonna ride in the back of the truck, and your mom's gonna tell you to set the clock up. All right, here we go. Phew! Hello, Prisma, and hello, Deb. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hi, hey. Level 11 and feel is 19. Yes, we have to blend more. Let's see here. Transparent image. Oh my god. Funny little squid. That's from that one anime that came out like last year. Wow. Yeah, no live 2D right now. It turns out I don't know why, because I have my iPhone like plugged up to my freaking computer through the USB port, so it should always be charging. But I guess it's like maybe the battery's gotten so bad that it just loses more charge while connected to the computer instead of an actual charging charging brick. So I have it charging right now, and once it charges enough, I will set up the live 2D. It should take like an hour or so. Oh, Spurbus, cute doll. More Takopi, I see. The Rin's in the top left, is that who that is? Clown piece, the plushie. I was talking about the thing on the top left, but yeah. That's cute. Is that control down? Yeah. Cool. Alright. Yeah, how's everybody doing? That was really bad. That was bad too. Doing pretty well? Good. More cleaning. How am I? I'm alright. I've been feeling a little melancholic ever since I got back from my trip. For those who don't know, I went on a little camping / vacation trip / fishing trip with various members of my family up in the mountains. It was all right. Like I don't normally go just because of well, there's a few reasons. There's no, first off, there's no plumbing, which can be it can be a little uncomfortable at times. There's no cell service, so it's hard for me to like check in on things, and being away from my cats for like 3 days is always nerve-wracking. Thankfully, they were completely fine. I had plenty of food and water for them, and they didn't make a mess of the place. Let's see. Let me scroll up here. Hello, Cow Titties. Hello, Pomp Wall. Hello, Soot. Yay, you're back! Yay! I am. Outhouse, yeah. But what was I gonna say? I mostly went because it's something that my grandfather, he hosts every year. He tries to go fishing in April with various members of our family who want to go and who can. And he's getting old, and I don't know how many trips he has left, so I wanted to try to go up there, but being around family always stresses me out. It's like, I don't know, there's like this what's the word I'm looking for? Like a preconceived notion that family should always like get along and care for each other and whatnot. Like unconditional love, is what people say. But I don't know. It's like there's very much uh, this feeling that everybody just kind of tolerates each other, but there's like several moments where people like get on each other's nerves and stuff, and I don't know. I usually keep pretty distant from family in my day-to-day life. Like, I don't really go visit anybody. I don't make phone calls too often. I don't know. I'm so glad my family is cool. I'm glad too, Spurbus. Yeah, it's like uh I don't know, it's just it's tricky to describe. Did I forget anybody? Anyone else pop in? Hello, Dubious. Hello, hello. People can have cool families. Apparently. Nice helix fossil. Yeah, because it's like, I don't know. I'll try to tell stories about what all happened at there without revealing too much info, I guess. I don't know. It's I don't want to be the type of person to try to, like, trauma dump or vent on stream, but I don't know. It's something to talk about. Hello, Nova. And it wasn't all bad. I took a lot of good photos. If you're in the Discord, you can see all the photos and videos. And the cabin's nice. It's a place that was built from the ground up by my grandfather and various uncles and friends of the family. Y'all got one fish, right? We did. So everyone who went there, it was me, my grandfather, one of my uncles, my older brother, my older brother's friend, and like halfway through the weekend, one of my other like older cousins came in and brought his two kids and one of their friends. So there were quite a few people there. But yeah, we got one fish. You need a fishing license, which costs like $30 for a day or so, and I didn't feel like getting one, so I didn't fish. Hello, Ivory State. Welcome in. Happy birthday, by the way. Happy belated birthday. Everyone wish Ivory State a happy belated birthday. What are you up to? You were drawing. Right. Hello, Glitchy Fox VT. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, for those who don't know Ivory draws an insane amount. Dude's always posting like 2 to 3 illustrations a day, it feels like. I could never keep up. Yeah, hello, Ratty. Ivory's been getting into animations too. It's crazy. Yeah, you went on a camping trip too recently. You also went to the zoo for your birthday. What's this? Thank you, Lilith. Why is she tied up though? And hello, Ratty. I don't know if I already greeted you. I apologize. We're talking about the family fishing trip that I went on, and the good parts and the bad parts. Yeah, thank you. She was possessed. I see. That explains the lack of pupils in her eyes. It's okay to be a little tied up, as a treat. Wouldn't you only need the fishing license if you wanted to keep the fish? Well, no. If you get caught by a game warden and you don't have a fishing license and you admit to fishing, then you'll be, like, fined, you know? Face with no treats. I'm sorry. Here, have some grass. What the fuck? Yeah, we're working on blending Pokeblocks to get our Chud Feebass to evolve into a bodacious babe Milotic. So don't tell the cops, yeah. They can't catch you for illegal fishing if you immediately eat the fish. That's true. You could just eat the fish. But no, one trout was caught. It was released. It was caught by my older brother's friend. We didn't keep it because there's no way we're gonna split one fish amongst like 5 to 8 people. And But I did see a lot of cool things. I saw some cow, like we saw some cows in the road. We actually had to drive up the road and tell like the owners of the pasture nearby, like, "Hey, your cows are loose." There's like 5 of them walking down the road, and there was like a mother and her like daughter sitting on the porch, and the daughter's like, "Oh my goodness!" And they like got up to get in their car, and they thanked us. "I'm not fishing, officer. I just happen to be carrying wet fishing gear. This fish fell from the sky." Same thing with hunting. Sometimes if you're in the woods with a gun, even if you just target shooting, they can accuse you of poaching. So you got to make it obvious. Yeah. But yeah. Also saw a water snake. That was cool. There was a water snake that was swimming around and doing some sunbathing while we were fishing. What else? Saw some vultures on the way back home. Some of them like were in the road. It was crazy. I helped my grandfather because like, you know, we only visit the cabin like once a year. Sometimes people will visit it more often to help like take care of it, because if you don't tend to it every now and then, it just gets overgrown with saplings and other various plant life. And I used a weed whacker for the first time in like decades and helped clear it up. My freaking arms and legs were sore afterwards. But yeah, got to help take care of it a bit. Helped cook breakfast one morning. What else? I mean, it's always nice, like, seeing all the homes and properties that are up in those mountains, because it's very different from where I normally reside. But let me start blending some of these. Sounds like it was pretty fun. It was. It was stressful just being around family for so much, because like, I don't know, it's like my grandfather I can get along with pretty well. Even my uncle. It's just whenever I'm around like my brothers. So I have an older and a younger brother. It just stresses me out because of past events that have occurred. Like, for example, every time I go on like this fishing trip, my older brother's there. He'll always try to like he'll like ask me if I want to like try something. He'll be like, "Oh, it's like oh, you should drink this, or you should eat this, or do this." And I'm just like, I don't want to. And he'll keep like pressuring you about it, and like really want you to do it. I'm just like, I really don't want to. And I don't know. He's the type of person that wants things to go his way and his way alone. It's annoying, yeah. Like for example, him and his buddy, they had like shrooms with them, and they were like, "Hey, you know, just letting you know the offer's on the table. If you wanna try some shrooms while you're up here, you're welcome." And I'm just like, "Thank you, but I'm good." And then like the next day, they're like, "Hey, you know, just want to let you know, that offer still stands." And I'm like, I'm aware, thank you. Like, no, thank you. I just want to enjoy myself, please. And like, I'll try to, because I'm very talkative online, but I'm pretty shy and kind of like reserved IRL, unless you get to know me very well. But even then, like around family, I'm usually quiet and like tend to keep to myself. But every time I do this, my older brother will like, he'll keep like trying to like pry me out of my shell. He'll keep like walking around and like trying to start conversation about something, or which he always starts conversations with things that he's doing or his thoughts. Like he never asks me like how I'm doing or how I'm feeling or anything like that. And get buff and headlock him to get him to shut up. Yeah, like the witch and Smiling Friends. Tap out, man. But no, it's like I love my family, but it's just it's one of those things where the chemistry just isn't there. And some people in my family, primarily my older brother and my mother, they like to try and cling on to things from the past or try to make up for lost time in the past, and I'm just like, I'm trying to do my own thing, you know? It's like you can't change uh you can't change things that happened in the past. You just gotta move on. Cute sprite PNG, by the way. Thank you. This is just a pixel edit of the bug catcher from from Fire Red. I have another one that I used before this. This was back when I played the Game Boy Color Pokemon games. Where is it? Yeah, sorry for sorry for venting. By the way, it's not, nobody wants to hear somebody's like business when it comes to things like family and drama. But where is it? Here it is. This was the one that I had for red, blue, gold. Oh no, it was blue, yellow, gold, and crystal. It's your stream, bro. I know, but I try to be considerate because, I've been in streams where somebody's just genuinely not having a good time, and I'm like, man, I want to be here for them, but it also kind of sucks, It's like, yeah. I'll put him up in the corner. Yeah, I thought about trying to make a sprite PNG based on like the bug catcher trainers in each gen. I don't know if I'll keep up with that now that I have Live 2D, but maybe. Very cute. Yeah, hello diabetic cat. Good heavens. Thank you, thank you. Very good art. Oh my god. Thank you. Where do I put her? Here, we'll do some rearranging. Put her here. Like that. And then we'll take... Where is it? This one? Yeah. Where do I put her? I could just do that. It doesn't fit very well just because because of how wide of a resolution the GBA screen is compared to the, I don't know what I'm saying. The overlay is smaller is what I'm trying to say. There we go. Now she's eating sketty from my pickaxe. Diabolic. True. Oh, man. Hello, Ilya. Not much. Was doing some venting about the family fishing trip. Oh yeah, another annoying thing my brother does is he'll be like, "Hey, because it's like every time people visit the cabin, we try to make an effort to make it better than when we got there. We want to leave it in a better condition than it was whenever we got there, basically. And we did some of that. It's like I cleaned up the yard. I have two brothers, yes. We cleaned up the yard. My brother's friend, because he's to put it bluntly, he's he's very seldom sober, is what I'm trying to say. But he is also pretty smart. Like I'm talking, the dude made go-karts from fucking scratch in his garage that worked. And he knows like actual science and stuff. But he He managed to fix some some faulty electrical wires within the cabin. He almost got electrocuted, actually. That was scary. Turns out there was like a wire that had the insulation cut through by some screws. Is he Uwo? No, no, no. Uwo is much more put together. What is this? Hell yeah, Ivory. I don't know if you saw my message in Nano's chat whenever you were posting art of this VTuber. I'll be honest, when I first saw you posting art of this VTuber, I completely thought they were an original character that you made. And I was like, oh, it's a VTuber, I see. Can I be your sibling? I'll be drunk all the time too. No. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So the thing my brother does that's annoying is he'll like come up with an idea on like something we could do, like, oh, you know, we should next time we go down to the convenience store, because there's like there's one store within like 30 miles of the cabin that has like food, gas, and like basic like necessities and tools and stuff. Yeah, they also have a freaking they have a shopping cart from like a different store that's nowhere around there that has like a sign that says free stuff with like some junk in it. It's like some Animal Crossing stuff. It's crazy. Like Animal Crossing level shit. Gotta move the tiny Colchis. Where is he? Put him down here. But yeah, he'll be like, oh, you know, we should get some duct tape at the general goods store. And I'm like, yeah, that you know, that could be good. And then we'll go down to the goods store and he'll be like, oh, did you buy any duct tape or anything? And I'm like, no. Like, I got food for myself. Like, he'll come up with ideas, but he'll want you to, you know, cover it. It's like, no. It's like when I lived with him for a summer, I was always the designated driver to take him and his buddies out to the bar. Yeah. Your cabin family sounds a lot like mine. It's good to know I'm not alone in feeling this way. I'm supposed to go to the cabin in a few weeks, I think. That sounds fun. I hope you have fun at least. How many freaking blocks do we have? Do we have enough? Soot sack? We keep soot in here. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Is that enough? That might be enough. Yippee! Soot's all dizzy from being shaken around in the soot sack. You need 13-ish. Hi, Policus. Hello, Peromi Nectar. Well, we'll see if this is enough. If anything, we'll just blend a couple more. Only time I was stuck with my family was traveling to Florida. God, I don't know. It's like... It's like doing like family visits for holidays is fine. It's just I don't know, whenever you stick around them too long and you start to learn more about their views and opinions, it's like, I don't know. I'm going to go back to my cave all the way over here. You visited Disney while your grandpa competed in the Senior Citizen Olympics. Well, that sounds like a kick-ass time. What the hell? That sounds awesome. It was fun. Hell yeah. Hopefully this is enough. Now we should just need to get one level on the Feebas. We should have a spare XP share or two. Cool. We also have a rare candy, but I'm not going to use that. Alright, switch you out. Chat, what's your favorite or least favorite family trips? You don't have to you don't have to answer. Oh, hey, Wally's there. We can battle him again. We don't need to, though. You hated that one where redacted, and I liked that other none of them. What? I hated that one where redacted and liked that other none of them. I feel like I'm having a stroke. Could you imagine if one of these Hariyamas was shiny? I'd be so mad. You were a teenager, and the trip lasted like less than a kilometer before I got out of the car because you were sick of your dad. Aw, man. I've had something like that happen before, or like I remember like being really young, and my mother like got into like an argument with one of like our older cousins, and I remember like the older cousin like telling her to like stop the car, and she like got out and like stormed off. It was crazy. Favorite family trip was when I was trekking with my grandparents when I was still a teenager. We went atop of a 3,000 meter mountain. Holy hell. That sounds fun. Oh yeah. How's the what was I gonna say? I was gonna ask Cow Titties how Pokemon Champions is going. I still haven't gotten around to messing with it at all. Fuck, that's not enough. I'm so mad. Okay. Let's go back. We need more beauty on this thing. I've been seeing people take advantage of the nerfs to paralysis with Trick Room teams, where they like paralyze their own Pokemon and then proceed to just kill everything. You're messing with making teams right now and still have only done like 3 battles. I see. Team building is fun. You helped with teaching your niece to ice skate recently. Oh yeah, you did. That's true. I remember you talking about that. It was fun cheering her on and seeing her gain confidence. Aw. It's been a long time since I've really like spent time with any nieces or nephews. But when I was younger, like in my early teens, I remember like helping one of our younger like second cousins, I guess. It was like a child of one of my older cousins, basically. I remember helping him like fall asleep because I was just like, I was basically just like sitting next to him reading information from like the Pokemon Ruby Sapphire strategy guide, and he just like I was reading like Pokedex entries or something. He just like fell asleep. Can't wait for the Sableye event. What's the Sableye event? Oh, are you talking about in Pocopia? A few years ago, we had a huge family reunion, and I ended up barely talking to anyone. It's been a long time since I've been to like an actual family reunion. I remember it was huge though, because normally family like holidays are pretty large, just because I have like 16 aunts and uncles, because my grandparents had a lot of kids. Let's see. So it's like, in each like each aunt and uncle had like 3 children, so we had a lot of cousins. My favorite trip, I think, was going in the middle of nowhere by driving the truck in trails designed for quads and hunting a lot of grouse. What's a grouse? I've heard of a grouse before, I think. The dog was crazy too. Hell yeah. Your nephew always brings books over to me to read him, and I always feel honored for some reason. Aww. They would like a nice reading from their auntie Soot. That's super cute. That's hella cute. Is he able to come into Pocopia? It sounds like it. Hell yeah. It's a bird? Oh, I see. Oh, right. No. Yeah, because we heard a grouse when we were fishing up in the mountains. We kept hearing the mating call of a grouse. If you're ever like in the woods and you hear something that sounds like a thumping, like something thumping like a wooden drum, that's a grouse doing its like mating call. I'll get up on like logs and start like percussioning them. Yeah, they drum on their chest? Oh, I see. They sound hilarious. Huh. That's cool. Let's do another Kelpsie. I don't want to use up all of these. I actually have a list of the berries that we have and don't have on hand, because I will have to work on berry farming eventually. There we go. Hopefully that's good. I thought someone was starting up a generator and it kept dying, but it was just a grouse. Huh, I see. I often see pheasants strutting around. They have a very distinct call, which catches you off guard sometimes. I'm trying to think of a lot of the local birds we have, or at least any that make interesting sounds. I think we have mockingbirds. There's doves, of course. Woodpeckers. Woodpeckers are loud. You can hear them like pecking away for like a mile. It feels like. Okay. Where's my Pokeblock? Peace. Where's that gosh dang Pokeblock case? I gotta feed this dang old fish. I tell you what. It's gonna be the prettiest fish you did ever saw. It's not correct. The cooing of doves is so delightful. It's top tier. I used to know how to do a dove call. If you like put your hands together, like you clasp, like you keep your fingers, on each hand like closed, and you cup them around, kind of like you're going to clap, and then you make like a hole with your thumbs, and you like blow into it at just the right angle. It'll make a dove call. We're gonna use... Here's what we're gonna do. I will use a rare candy just for the sake of speeding this up a little. This 12 got me making dove noises at my PC. Let me see if I can do it. I don't know if I can. Oh, man, it's so difficult. Almost had it. Hello, cutest wolf in the world. Thank you. Hello, Ilya. Hi. I've been trying to finish your Christmas card, but it's difficult. I've been trying to get myself to draw, but it's just been hard. You learned how to do that when you were in Norway. I see. Fuck! That wasn't enough. Alright. Your ass is moving soon anyway, that's true. Can't wait for my July Christmas cards. I hunger. You should get yourself a nice snack. I thought about getting lunch today because I had breakfast, like, to go on my way to work. Because I haven't got groceries since I got back from my trip. But tossing coal into the berry blender, no! It's just me, like, wearing a polka block. That's a funny emote. What is that? Is that Amy? That is Amy. Amy Spin. Hope the rest of you moves too, and not just your ass. Yay, blend him, no! Fucked up. First the pear wiggler, now this. Do I want to do another? We have more blackberries. Let's try that. It's not like the Gravitron in Carnival's true. But no, I made some nice sesame orange chicken tacos 2 nights ago. They're pretty tasty. I didn't take a photo though because I don't have the proper wear to hold tacos in a taco shape, so they just kind of end up like burritos. I'm like, I don't want to take a photo of this. This looks like garbage. But it was tasty. I have some good stuff I want to cook tonight, though. Cook this! Wow! Golly! I assume the beauty, like, stat has to be maxed out. It sure doesn't look like it is, though. Let's do one more kelp seed. Dubious, hop on Emerald and help me blend berries. I can't imagine that would work well. But it could. Once you reach max beauty, your fish should look like this. I see. This whole time, I thought it was a baby deer. I thought it was too until I read Fishmoo, because I remember like looking at it one time. Hello, Hickory Dellingham. Welcome, welcome. From what I've seen, it has to touch the border of the chart? What? How do I check? I guess I can only check this way. It's close. Hello, Zully3. Welcome, welcome. And hello, Goki Dev. Can't type. Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a better day. I had some post-camping fatigue and melancholy. But, I'm doing better. Now that I'm getting back into the swing of things. Must be Flatter Day. Yeah, so, for some reason, Goki, my iPhone was, like, completely dead whenever I got home to my computer today, despite not having used it the entire time I was away. I guess it's just to the point where it's not able to charge at all if it's hooked up to the computer. So I'm letting it charge before I boot up Live2D. You were using it while I was gone. Sneaky. So you were playing Candy Crush? How could you? Soot crushing all of my candy. Soot is a middle-aged mother. Be nice. Don't make assumptions. So it's just a retro phone gamer, you know? Hop on Farmville. What is this? Okay, well, we can't blend any more berries without growing more, so... What is this, Sully? Who is this puzzling character? I'll make Cole a middle-aged mother when you're done. No? Are you playing it on your phone, or... So it's actually crushing candy? Like in a mortar and pestle? Or with a mortar and pestle? That one meme with Soot looking to offer you a piece of candy, then crushes it. Oh, yeah. Soot is wonderful is what she is, true. My phone can't run anything? Damn. Did you get that Android emulator I showed you? Is this my fault? What have you done? Yeah, that's a cute character. Where am I gonna put her? I guess I could put her here. Okay. I just wanted her to try trick. You're trying to get her into gacha games? You're evil. What? What are you doing? Gateway drug. I'm innocent. No. Gonna have to put you down. She doesn't have to gacha. The frog girl is free. That's like handing somebody like a crack pipe and being like, you don't have to smoke this, but it's here. That's how they get you. Alright. Well, here, let me save my game. There's no point in wasting a rare candy. After all, they're rare. The pipe had weed in it. I don't even know how she found the crack. Oh no. Alright, please evolve. Yes! Yippee! I was worried we'd have to start planting berries, which we will soon, but... Nice. Alright. She got me. You handed her a soda, and then suddenly the cup was full of tequila. No! Wood? Paper Bag's using a Milotic in his Ribbon Master team. He's on hiatus, though. Alright, Living Dex. Milotic. Check. Alright, that leaves the Reggies, which, as many of you know, we plan to shiny hunt. Gotta go to lunch. Have a good lunch, Ivory. Thanks for the raid again. Bitch, I did. Oh my god. Son, I'm sorry. It's too late. The damage is already done. Alright, cool. You don't need to apologize. No, no. Cow Titties does. Alright, so some things we want to do to prep for our journey to catch the shiny Reggies. Here, let's move some Pokemon back in their respective spots. Don't need Cinnamon. We don't need Johnny. We don't need Rocky Tops either. I mean, we kind of do. We'll see. So we got a bit we got to do. You're so funny, Mr. Streamer. What are you talking about? Please play Pokemon Troze for the Nintendo DS. I used to play that a little bit. I played it on my 3DS. Rolled up to watch Colchis mash berries and got soap opera about gotcha as a bonus. Yeah, Pokemon Troze is pretty fun. Yeah, we have a plan, because here's the thing. Here's my biggest fear. My biggest fear is that we encounter a shiny Reggie, and in our attempts to catch it, it ends up struggling itself to death. Now, a way to remedy this, because of the way Struggle works, Struggle is a lot less capable of killing the user in Gen 3. Because the recoil damage is like 1/4 of the damage it deals, which isn't much to begin with. So, my plan is to use one of these fellows. Ah, they've already got it. Perfect. I'm going to take Alakazam with me, because he has Trick. Alakazam is the only Pokemon that learns Trick via level up naturally in Gen 3, from what I can tell. I think Shuppet gets it, but not until like Gen 4. But anyway, Trick swaps the user's item with the opponent, and we're going to throw a Leftovers on our Alakazam. That way, we give Leftovers to the shiny Reggie, and as long as we have a Pokemon that can easily take the hits without causing too much recoil, we will effectively be able to keep it from KOing itself ever. Which is important because I want to try to catch them in Luxury Balls if I can. So we have that piece of the puzzle. The next thing we need is a Pokemon that is really good at helping catch things. We have a couple options for this. Personally, I think the best option is probably going to be... well, actually, let me check. Let me check something real quick. Computer, show me Breloom, Gen 3. Does Breloom not learn False Swipe? False Swipe's a TM, isn't it? Or am I misremembering? It learns False Swipe via breeding. Yikes. Okay. Well, Show me Shroomish. Shroomish doesn't learn Spore until level 54? Good thing Struggle doesn't take away 1/4 of their HP, yeah. Okay, so our choices are either to go through the tedious process of breeding a Shroomish with False Swipe, and then leveling it up to 54 so it gets Spore, or we could just use Parasect. Because Parasect already has the moves we need. This is our Parasect from XD Gale of Darkness. Hello, Sun. Welcome in. The only issue is Parasect is not very strong. It also has Effect Spore, which could be bad. Let me look at... One second. Let me look at Breloom again. We want to make sure we do this right. Show me Breloom's abilities, Gen 3. Does it only have Effect Spore? Cerebi. It only gets Effect Spore. They both only get Effect Spore. Okay, so that doesn't matter then. Alright, well, that makes this easy in that case. Okay, so we got Parasect. And I guess we can use Rocky Tops or maybe our own Regirock as our Pokemon to sponge hits from Struggle without causing them to KO themselves. Where is he? There he is. Good old Epitaph. You have a Butterfree with Compound Eyes. Butterfree doesn't get False Swipe. Okay. So, the last thing we need is a Pokemon with Haze, because the last thing we want to deal with is a Regirock or Steel with like a billion curses using Struggle. So let's look up Haze, move, Pokemon, see if we have anybody that gets it naturally that might already have it. Arbok gets it. Golbat gets it. What the hell is this? Bulba Garden. Oh, weird. Did you just shove a God of Land into your computer? Yes, and the God of the Sea. And many more. You're okay with the Spore Pokemon fainting. What about using Smeargle since it's faster? Well, the Regis are slow as fuck, so speed doesn't really matter. I think Regice is the fastest. I could be wrong. Let's see, who all learns? Weezing gets Haze as well. Weezing might already have it. Okay, let me check. I run my Smeargle tanky with leftovers so I can start off a few hits while you throw balls. Pretty smart, pretty smart. I enjoy tanky Smeargle, but not for catching purposes. It's for battle purposes with guard split and power split. It's a very, very funny strat to use in conjunction with like a healing move and what's the other move I use on it? I think I use like Gastro Acid to suppress abilities. It's like purely a support Pokemon for triple battles and double battles and the like. Level 35. Hey, it's got it. Cool. So as long as Weezing doesn't get killed, we should be fine. Alright, we gotta do some grinding. My funny new build is to use Soak to let net balls work better into false swipe ghost types. That's pretty smart. Do we need Wheezing to be stronger? I don't know, maybe. Speed share. I'm trying to think, because the only moves that they're going to be hitting Wheezing with that aren't not very effective are going to be like Ancient Power, Rock Throw, and Metal Claw. And I think Wheezing can take all of those, even at level 35. Did Bag give up on the living decks? Bag, from what I don't think he's given up on anything. He's taken a hiatus. Bag has gone from streaming video games every single day to focusing more on his art, which I think is completely fine and commendable. Soak is so funny. I altered your molecules so you're 99% water. Teehee. Fucking falls apart like the president in the first X-Men movie when he like washes up on the beach after getting injected with the X gene and he like fucking falls apart. Here, before we do this, I need to check my inventory because we're gonna fill up on money very quickly. Alright. Let's go buy Pokeballs real quick. We're gonna fill our inventory as much as we can carry. Hello, Bryant Bry. Welcome, welcome. We're prepping our shiny hunting Pokemon. Hello, Mobile Suit Grundle. Thanks for clocking in. Alright, timer balls. We need as many as we can have. Just in case. Repeat ball. Maybe. I mean, I might as well just buy 99 of each of them. I don't see why not. Who's on the menu? You are. Come here. No, we're going to be shiny hunting all three Reggies. Reggie, Rock, Ice, and Steel, because they are my favorite of the legendary trio. In any Pokemon. You don't have a shiny? Is there a shiny Cole? I've thought about the idea of a shiny Colchis or like shiny versions of VTubers. I think that'd be fun. I don't know what mine would be though. I have to think on that. Shiny Brian, he's just in collar. Can I DM you a goblin? That sounds really scary, but sure, go ahead. I also might play some Pokemon off stream, simply for the fact that I need to work on berries. Because some of these berries require you to like check in every few hours to every day. He's got a gun! That's extra scary. Ugh, berries. I mean, I could always use glitches and exploits to duplicate them. Game Shark those motherfuckers? I could. I guess. Alright, computer, where are luxury balls? Where the fuck are they? You can't buy them? Fuck. Cole couldn't cheat? You found and captured Latios. Nice. He has more respect for himself than that. I'll only cheat if it's absolutely necessary. Allergy season is already beating your ass. It fucked me up for a bit. Yeah, I thought you could buy luxury balls. I guess you can't. Everyone being comfy on the Hex. How cute. You can? What do you mean? That's a crazy goblin, Ilya. Thank you. In a specific area. You're lying to me. But no, it looks like I can only get it in the abandoned ship or from the quiz lady. When will ever appear in a player's game? Oh, hey, my phone finished charging. Repeatable methods. Any contest hall. Prize for winning a master rank contest. Man. Okay, well, I guess we're going to catch them in timer balls because I'm not farming that. Oh, well. Okay. We do have one, so we can try one. Okay, if I was... Buy it, prize... Wait. It was a buy, it was a prize, is how you farmed it as a kid. I don't know. I mean, that should be fine. We could try farming premier balls. I don't want to do that, though. I don't really care about premier balls, honestly. Alright, let me set up my live TV real quick. Oh. Where is it? Oh yeah, I don't know if anyone... I don't know if most people here care about FF14, but they got some pretty big news recently. Pretty exciting stuff. They're like reworking the combat system. They might honestly make it in a way that Lilith would enjoy. Where is it? Oh, right. I've got a freaking... Here, 1 second. Unplug that. Oh. Plug this in. There we go. Whoops. Gotta move these down now. What the fuck? Why is all that stuff super high up? Oh, I see why I'm stupid. There we go. Cool. All right. That reminds you got the cat badge. You did! I got it too. I managed to get it with like 1 bar of cell service while I was up in the mountains. Why was the live 2D girl here? What do you mean? Don't worry about it. The cats versus chicks war begins, yeah. The Ditto badge party remains neutral in this conflict. With that being done, let me Let me go over here and just quickly enable that one redeem that people like to do, where they throw rocks at my head. There we go. Rock throw's been re-enabled. Oh wait, one sec. I gotta boot up tits. Don't do it yet. Oh, you did it. Well, sorry. You wasted points. Thanks for the redeems. Give me one moment. Cool. Okay, now it should work. Oh. Oomph. Is chat supposed to be behind the images, Cole? Absolutely. I'm left with either the choice to have the images be behind chat, which, you know, covers up the image, which if it's somebody's art, I don't want to do, or cover up chat, which, I don't know, I think, it's not too important to see chat's messages. Limestone. All right, onto the grind. Let me get some music playing. Actually, audio. Man, so much setup. Just mute. Oh yeah, that just works. Cool. Let me get some. You know what? Sure, the full Legendary Battle theme playlist. All right. Granite. Don't take it for granted. Yeah, we don't have to get these Pokemon too high level, thankfully. We just want them to get high enough that they can, well, that they can not only survive an encounter with the Regis, but also weaken them down. Thankfully, Parasect gets boosted from the fact that it's traded, like boosted XP. Honestly, a cool Pokemon design. I've always liked the pattern on the mushroom, and it's like big lobster claws. But no, back on the topic of FF14 and their new combat system. So they're calling it the Evolved Combat System, which currently it's just an option, except for the new classes that they're releasing next expansion. So I imagine they're going to phase out the old system eventually. And what they plan on doing is removing button bloat. So basically, if you have like a 1-2-3 combo, instead of requiring you to, have each of those on your hotbar to cycle through, because you're always going to click them. You're never going to click 3 without clicking 2. You're in the truck now? Hello, Lilith. I'm talking about updates with 14's combat system that you might like. They're instead assigning combo skills like that to a single button that updates as you go through the combo. So instead of clicking 1, 2, 3, you're just clicking 1 3 times. Get out of that freaking truck! I play on controller, so it's gonna be awesome. And certain skills, like if you have a skill that does damage if used on an enemy, but applies a buff or a heal if used on an ally, instead of needing to have both versions of that skill, You just have one button for that, and based on which target you're selecting, if it's an ally or an enemy, it'll just automatically swap for you. I also want you to have a full set of buttons by level 50. Yeah, that's the other thing, because I remember Lilith specifically would complain about FF14 being very slow at the start with like your action economy, and needing to be like very high level to use most of your stuff, which it kind of still is. Like they plan on making it so that once you're level 50, you have everything you would ever need to do your job, and everything that comes after that is mostly just going to be modifications or things to complement what you already have, which I think is going to be really good, because that's one thing that's like always kind of stressful whenever a new expansion comes out, is needing to rearrange my hotbar for new shit. Which, granted, they usually remove old shit when doing that. They're just doing the same thing NGS did to PSO2. They just can't stop doing it. I mean, it's the same thing that, well, I don't know a lot about different MMOs, but I know that the evolved system with the combos being assigned to one button is something that World of Warcraft has already with chain skills. So it's kind of like chain skills, from what I've heard. Kind of sounds silly to have levels past 50. Yeah, I mean, they kind of... that's the thing. When it comes to like scaling difficulty with content, you either have more levels, which just make your character stronger via stat growth, because you still have stats, or just item level progression, like better gear, which they do both currently, you know. I wonder how Summoner will look like in evolved mode. They only showed 4 jobs with the evolved system during the live letter. Not live letter, what was it called? The Fan Fest? Yeah. There's a Fan Fest in California. A couple buddies of mine went to it, I think. But they showed Paladin, which is a tank role. Apparently tank roles get a really cool counter feature now, where if you apply a defensive buff right before an enemy does an attack, you'll do like a counter attack for extra damage, which seems really cool. For healers, they made a lot of their casts instant instead of having a cast time. And they made it so that whenever you apply heals to allies, you gain like stacks for dealing extra damage. That way healers don't have to worry about missing out on damage by healing the party. Square Enix really wants healers to focus on healing. And every healer, at least all the good healers, will tell you that you need to focus on damage first, healing second. So, you know. You've just been making the joke they're copying PSO2 and everything lately because of hearing about the Eva collab. Oh, yeah! That's another thing. Evangelion. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Evangelion is having a collaboration with FF14. There's going to be a freaking raid, which is weird to think about. Like, you know, it's like they've had collaborations with like Monster Hunter, Yokai Watch, Dragon Quest, Fall Guys, Garo or Gyaro. What was it called? I think it's called Garo. It's like some Power Rangers looking thing from Japan. But yeah, it means that all of those crossovers, as well as FF14 itself, are now canonical in the Evangelion universe, which is weird. Had a Monster Hunter collab years earlier. I mean, Monster Hunter collabs with a lot of shit, though. But yeah. Very funny because there was also the Nier collab. True! And the Yoko Taro, and Yoko Taro is cooking an Evangelion series. I see. Hello, 6-Run Taurus. Are you in We Are Getting Plug Suits for Sure, gang? I mean, they have to have some type of, like, glamour, right? It's got to be something associated with with Evangelion. I wonder if we're gonna get like a cool mount or something, or what the bosses are gonna be. Like, are we gonna fight angels? But no, another thing with the evolved combat system, they showed Dragoon as the melee DPS, and it seems pretty cool. Like, because obviously Dragoon is a class that suffers a lot from having like 3 different combos you have to rotate through. So they reduced button bloat for that, but also because one of the big concerns, one of the big focal points for all this is they want to put emphasis on job identity. That way, if you're playing like a tank, a healer, a melee DPS, a ranged DPS, you don't feel like you're just a different flavor of all the other ones, you know? Like, they want every tank to feel unique, every healer, everything. So with Dragoon, they made it so that you deal more damage with certain moves based on which position you're on of the enemy. So you deal more damage with like a certain move if you're on the right side, and then if you're on the left. And they're also giving Dragoon a more true to its class jump attack. Because, you know, when you play the classic Final Fantasy games and you play Dragoon or use a Dragoon in your party, whenever you do the jumps don't happen instantly. You know, you pop up in the air and it takes a little bit before you like land back down and deal damage. Well, that's never been the case in FF14 outside of PvP. In PvP, Dragoon has like a limit break they do where they do their like actual jump, and you just see a cursor moving around where they're going to impact and they deal a shitload of damage on enemies. But they're giving them that move, that specific PvP move I just mentioned, as a cool move you get if you build up enough of a certain like combo gauge from doing your positionals correctly. So they're trying to make it so that there's still like skill involved, you know? It's not just keep pressing the same button over and you're doing max damage. You actually have to like move around and position yourself properly. Angel bosses would be rad. I hope they put Ramiel in it. Ramiel is by far my favorite angel in Evangelion, aside from the unnamed clock-looking one that walks on like stilt legs in Rebuild. I always thought that guy was cool. I have like an ink pen drawing of it in my sketchbook. World of Light canonically stronger than angels. It's possible. I don't think they're going to do that. I think, if anything, what it's going to turn out to be is it's going to be like the Nier raids, where your raid group is moving along with like Shinji or Asuka or somebody, and you're just like helping take care of like maybe like smaller angels, or helping divert attention while they actually kill it or something. Who knows? Where's my elixir? Ether. So you fought in a mech in the PS2 or Phantasy Star Online 2 Collab 2? Hell yeah! Light party fighting the UN like end of Ava. No, the whole the ending cutscene, everyone turns into Tang. But no, back on topic of the evolved combat system. The last job they showed was Bard, which the way Bard plays in 14 is they're like a weird archer Bard. Like, you use a bow that's also a harp, if that makes any sense at all. So in addition to you're basically a ranged physical DPS. So in addition to like shooting enemies, you're also applying buffs to the whole party through your bardic songs. So they made it so that you get cool combos to do based on which song you have playing through your bard stuff. But they also have I think I just want to aerial ace. They also gave it like an interesting dash move where you fire a shot and also jump in a direction that you choose. So they're giving like ranged classes more mobility, which is huge. Because aside from like Dancer, the other ranged physical DPS classes don't really have many options when it comes to mobility, which is weird. You would think that they would be jumping all over the place, shooting the shit out of enemies. Warrior of Light already demonstrated to be stronger than the Eldritch Menace from Nier, so nothing would surprise me anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very excited to see what they do with my main job in 14, which is Ninja. Because the way Ninja is currently... we just kind of have to aerial ace this bunch. The way Ninja is currently, you're a melee DPS who does a lot of ranged attacks. Kind of like a hybrid almost. Like I have my melee combos, I've got my gap closers and everything, but I've also got my ninjutsus, my mudras, that vary based on which order I do them in. It's kind of like you have A, B, C as your like 3 mudras you use, right? And then it's like, oh, if I do ABC, it does this one. If I do ACB, it does this one. If I do BCA, it's like you have different combos for different effects. So I wonder if they're going to simplify that at all, or if they're going to keep it the way it is, because I personally would like them to keep it, I think. I don't know, it's just fun. It's fun to show off my knowledge of the job by knowing all the different fucking combos. A lot of machinist animations are crazy backflips and stuff, but you don't actually move. It's very strange. Yeah. I hope machinists get a lot of love with the evolved combat system, because I like machinist. It's my favorite ranged physical DPS. But it certainly feels clunky to play because you have a lot of moves that you just don't really use because it's like detrimental to use them, like your flamethrower, for example. Machinists get a flamethrower move that you have to stand still to use. It goes in a cone, and it applies a dot that stacks the longer you stand there, and torch all the enemies. But I don't know, with how much movement a lot of fights have to like avoid mechanics and readjust with the tank pulling enemies and whatnot. It's usually just better to use other moves in your kit. Right, for I need to hit Milotic with a weaker move and then rock slide it. Another thing that's crazy is they are dividing. Oh, that was a crit. They're dividing the tank roles. So what I mean by that is the way roles work in FF14. Before, like currently, I mean, you have your tank. You have 2 types of healers. You have barrier healers that put shields to like prevent damage, and then you have regen healers, which they apply regens. Both of them can just heal you, but it's usually beneficial to have one of each. And then as far as DPS, you have melee DPS, you have ranged physical DPS, and you have magical DPS. And the differences between those, aside from one being ranged and one being melee, is melee typically deal more damage, since you have to be right up on the enemies at all times, whereas the ranged ones apply more utility, with the exception of Black Mage, because Black Mage is just all damage all the time, but the caveat is that you have to stand still to deal the most damage possible, and if you stand still for too long, you're gonna get fucking killed. But they're dividing the tanks between a main tank role and an off tank role, which typically that's how tanking goes in FF14 anyway, at least in like higher end content. You typically have 2 tanks in a party. One of them is the main tank and the other is the off tank, where A lot of fights are designed around tank swapping in mind. So if your main tank gets hit by a very powerful debuff from the boss, and the debuff's like so strong, like the next time it hits that tank, it's going to kill them no matter what. So you would swap to your other tank, let them take over until the boss does that mechanic again, and then you swap back. So what they're doing with making those actual roles in the game is they're designing the main tank role to focus on mitigating damage to the party, whereas the off-tank role focuses on mitigating, like, what was it? It was like something to do with mitigating damage that the boss deals to the main tank. I don't know, that they didn't explain it very well, but it's weird because it basically it causes a divide between the tank classes. So you have Paladin, which, like, the current tanks are Paladin, Warrior, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker. Paladin, in addition to a new job that they're adding with the next expansion, are going to be assigned the main tanks as far as, like, Square Enix's roles. Hello, Spurbus. Hello again. It is rough out here. Whereas Warrior, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker are going to be off-tank roles. And the reason that, like, people are thinking it's going to be bad is because, like, what if you and your buddy both play off-tank classes? It's like, then one of you is going to have to switch, or else it's going to be a detriment. You see what the problem is? Like, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle it, but I hope it's good. One of those moves that's useless outside of a dump phase, yeah. I thought that was already informally how people played. You're correct, Pompwall. But they're setting it up to be an actual, like, role requirement or something. I don't know. They're like reworking the tanks, I guess, to make them more individual, kind of like what they did with the healers, where you have barrier healers and regen healers. I just don't know. I don't know if it's going to be good. It's going to be like an actual Q roll concept. It's kind of weird. That's what people are thinking. Like, maybe it won't be, but I don't know. How are you doing, Spurbus? What have you been up to? You play anything fun lately? Anything new coming out that you want to share with the class? Duh. Badoy. We can. We'll try to use Parasect to gain its own XP before too long, but I don't know how strong Parasect is against most of these. I suppose here wouldn't be too bad because Bug's super effective against Dark, but Bug also has the worst offensive moves until later gens. It's like, I think the strongest Bug type attack is like Twin Needle, which is Beedrill exclusive, and Silver Wind. And there's no way in hell that the Parasect can get either of those. It's like there's Giga Drain, which is also not very strong. There's Slash, which just isn't good. So I don't know. Might be stuck grinding a bit. Because my biggest fear, and the reason I'm wanting to take such care into this, aside from the Reggies KOing themselves, I don't want one of my Pokemon to crit if it's a shiny, because if that happens, I will have an episode. I'll have a mental breakdown. Your false swipe Breloom, sir? True, but Breloom doesn't get Spore unless you level up a Shroomish all the way up to like 54. I mean, if Rocky Tops learns False Swipe, let me check. Show me Kabutops Gen 3. Nope. Kabutops not learning False Swipe is almost as tragic as it not learning Cut in Gen 1. You'd think any Pokemon with Scythe hands would be able to do the job. Yeah, that was fucked up. When we played, when we did our Mono Rock challenge in blue version Cow Titties, I was like, oh, we'll be fine as far as HMs go because Kabutops will learn Cut, surely, right? And we got to that point where we had to grind before Lieutenant Surge because he's stuck behind a freaking small bush, and we're like, all right, we got our Kabutops at level 40. It's like, wait a minute, why does it say it can't learn Cut? It's like, oh no. So we had to drag around a Sandshrew as an honorary party member whose sole purpose is to cut trees for us. Gen 1 moment, yeah. It's criminal how like awful the like getting moves on Pokemon is. Like, no rock types in freaking Gen 1 learn Rock Slide outside of the one TM you get. It's like, what the fuck were they thinking? Strongest move you get is Rock Throw. Grundle. Mobile Suit Grundle, Melichibi. Hello, the Vaporeon guy, 134. Life or death situation, Poplio or Rowlet? I'd have to go with Poplio. Thank you, Grundle. Gwendol. Why are you having an existential crisis? Ranch or Cool Ranch? Oh man, the music's over. Fuck. All Pokemon ZA battle themes. I think we already. Well, yeah, sure. Why not? Just give me one. Just give me something. You chose correctly. Good job. Of course I did. Yeah, welcome in. Welcome to grinding levels to go shiny hunting. I'm 40 and I'm trapped in retail forever. My condolences. Get well soon. Imagine being 40. I'm older. All right. It's not a contest. We're all old. That's not true. You mentioned that Evangelion is canon to FF14, or is it the opposite? Both. Both is true. Okay. I have to ban Ilya? You can't make jokes like that. You'll get banned. By Twitter? By Twitter. By Twitch? What the fuck? Bye, Ilya. The legal age you can be? Even if the stream is like set to adult content? It'll automod kill you? I see. So does that mean by extension FF14 is canon to Nikke? Yes, that means that by extension every crossover with Evangelion and every crossover with FF14 is canonical with each other. Broadening the multiverse. 13 is legal minimum. Okay. Happy birthday, Ilya. Teenagers are allowed online legally, but only with their parents giving them permission. Oh. They totally do this, yeah. Get your parents' permission. It's like I could go a step further and EV train the Parasect, but I really don't want to. Got an 8 or 9-year-old banned from Twitch. Took like 5 minutes. That's scary. Parents need to do a better job at controlling what their children do unsupervised online. Get your parents' permission when I went online. This is a lie. Jollibee Evangelion unit. By the way, if anyone in this chat has a Jollibee near them and wants free food, I'm willing to buy a meal in exchange for the freaking receipt code to get my FF14 emote. Otherwise, I'm currently waiting to see if another friend of the channel can get me one. They have not gotten it yet, though, because apparently the lines are long. Do you really want the code? You'll do it for me? If you want to. I asked Crayola to do it. So if you do plan on doing it, make sure to to let me know so I can let Crayola know before she buys a meal and I have to give both of you money. Yeah, you get a funny emote where you eat chicken out of a bucket. And I'm like, I want that. I like FOMO. There's no Jollibee in France. Very unfortunate. It's absurd that every other person is expected to suffer for the lack of parenting. Yeah. Yeah. Not only, like, here's the thing. It's like, not only does, like, neglectful parenting negatively impact everybody who has to, you know, essentially supervise, or not supervise, but moderate their children, but it also negatively impacts the child because they're going to get exposed to shit that they probably shouldn't see or just learn, you know, bad things. Damn. Never heard of Jollibee until the collab? Same. That's how it went with the last collab that was at like a boba place. I sold the keychain from that one thanks to Creo. If you're watching Terminator when they're 5 or whatever like I did, yeah. I don't want Jollibee, but I do have a free month of Xbox Game Pass. Can I get food? I don't have an Xbox. Nor do I want to play anything that's on the Xbox Game Pass. Shit that kids are exposed to in VR chat is scary, yeah. Not even just that, like TikTok. Like I've gone over to friends' houses before, and they'll just let their kids like watch whatever on their phones, like TikTok or YouTube, and I'll just like hear what's like being said or like glance over and see what they're looking at. I'm just like, oh my god, like they should not be learning these words or these concepts. TikTok, YouTube, Roblox, yeah. Granted, my mother didn't really moderate my time spent on the internet, mostly due to because it's like I understand parents being busy or just not being tech savvy enough to know what the hell is on the internet or how accessible evil things are on the internet. But I didn't really like, the most I did as a child at least was just play Neopets. I played Neopets. I think I went on like the Cartoon Network website to play some Kids Next Door thing. I freaking I remember going on their website to play some like Kids Next Door platformer, and they did the whole bit where it's like, all right, we have to scan your hand to make sure that you're an actual child. Please place your hand on the monitor for the scan. And my naive fucking like 9-year-old ass putting my hand on the freaking screen to scan so I can prove I'm not an adult. Oh man. But no, I never really did anything like devious on the computer, like looking at porn, until I was like a teenager. I did that shit on my Nintendo DS using a neighbor's Wi-Fi because we didn't have internet at that point. Fucking loading up pornography at a pixel per 5-second rate. They got your ass, dumb baby Cole. Shut up! Kids these days, at least, are at least way dumber than I was a kid, at the very least. That's not good, cow titties. That means that they're gonna be the ones taking care of you in the retirement home. They're gonna be fucking up your medication. Yes, we don't want that. Didn't people tell them to be paranoid? Yeah. My mom is still weird about me talking to people on the internet. Yeah. Wii. I did that on my Nintendo Wii as well. I had to bypass Norton parental blocks. You want a bunch of money in PokeStars before they shut down Poker Stars. I read that as PokeStars, like Pokemon? Like what? Hello, Best Mom, by the way. Never gonna be at a retirement home. I'll live forever. Same. I'm hella. I'm 100% down to upload my brain into an AI, so that a part of me may live on. I hope I'm well. I'm doing better. I was feeling some post-trip fatigue, some post-family visit stress, but I'm feeling good now. You read so much fan fiction. My ass... Oh! I'm talking so much I'm losing my voice. My ass did not read fanfics. I mostly looked at images. I will not be put in the machine. I will. What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I remember in computer, like keyboard class, like just typing class / computer safety in like middle school. I remember our teacher, they revealed to us how naive we were by doing a similar thing to the Kids Next Door hand scanning bit, where there was like some bit where they're like, oh, put your hand on the or put your finger on the screen to properly scan, and it'll like tell you some like fact about you, like your age or blood type or something. And after the scan happens, it just shows like a portrait of like a chimp. It's like the whole point of it is to just like make fun of you for being naive and not knowing that monitors don't work that way. And the whole class is just like, God damn it. It's a good way to teach, to teach you that though. Kolakuski net? Kolakuski net. Feel overstimulated today. You should drink some chocolate milk. That'll make you lethargic. I don't know. It's like that sometimes. Glad you're feeling it right now. Yeah. I don't do well with extended visits with family members. Skynet. Oh, I see. Skynet with mini Acolacus. The Colakai, even. I love this song. Some computers we had in elementary school had touch thingies attached to CRT monitors to turn them into really janky 90s touchscreens. That sounds awesome. God, you just reminded me. I remember seeing like a clip of some kid like being shown a Game Boy Color or a Game Boy Advance or something, and they try like swiping the screen, and it's like, oh no, oh no. Couldn't imagine. You cut my family off right out of high school and never looked back. I mean, that's kind of what I did. Like I remember the moment I got to the legal age that I was able to make my own decisions when it came to where I lived and stuff like that. I immediately moved out of my mom's place and went to go like stay with my dad and visit him because, I grew up with parents who lived separate lives, and due to custody things and all that, I wasn't allowed to spend that much time with my father growing up, outside of like weekend visits and occasional things. So I went to go spend time with him. I'd go like stay at friends' places until I could afford my own place. But yeah. Digital Devil Story. Kolkas Tensei. Alright. How strong are we now? 46? Let's see if we have any moves that we can teach. I think we should reinvent natural selection. Okay. It's interesting that you brought that up because this was actually one of the discussions we had while up at the cabin during the fishing trip. Was because sometimes my brother likes to get into philosophical discussion, which is fine. It can be fun. But we were talking about how the world, like, it feels like people are getting dumber when it comes to like the common masses. And a point that was brought up that I didn't consider is that the advancements in technology and medicine are making it so that more people are able to live longer and more easily. Which, that's all good in its own, but if you have a bunch of, not very intelligent people who are, it's like the whole, I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Idiocracy, but it's like the whole prologue to Idiocracy, where you have like, dumb people get together, they make a bunch of dumb kids, and then those dumb kids don't get any smarter and make more dumb kids, and then, the smart people get overrun. It's like that does feel like a thing that could happen. Just because there's nothing stopping them. It's like if some guy goes and like tries to fuck around with a venomous snake and they get bit, it's like, well, you know, the hospital will take care of it and they'll go do it again. It's like making things stupidly expensive for important medicines. True. I know a lot of people bag on kids for doing stuff like that, but if all they're ever interacted with was touchscreens, it makes sense they do the only thing they've been taught to do. That's true. That's true. I'm not saying like kids trying to swipe Game Boy screens is inherently dumb. It's just funny. It's like endearing. It's like, oh man, times are changing. Super concerningly so with the mass stupidity. I've been bringing up Idiocracy a lot the past year. Someone who didn't like the film. I laughed at a couple moments, but yeah. I find dumb things to be funny on occasion. We do have Giga Drain. I'm trying to think of other worst case scenarios. And one that comes to mind is, what if the opposing Pokemon, like the Reggie, hits me with like superpower and gets effect spored into poison? That would be really bad. Or you struggle and get poisoned. Although I guess if they're at the point where they're struggling, I don't need to have that Pokemon out. I don't know. We could try. We could try with this team. The YouTuber got shot after scaring the shit out of a door dasher who was like 2 feet shorter than him. What? I don't remember hearing about that. Hello, Larry Lou. What is this? Population matters. World population in the billions. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, that adds up. Okay. Well, I think we can try our first attempt at shiny hunting. That reminds me. We haven't even unlocked the Reggies yet. Fuck. Okay. Couple things we got to do then. I feel like millennials are right in between 2 generations of technologically inept people. We had the old people who don't understand computers and need constant help, and we have younger teens and kids who don't understand how Windows works. Yeah, like, I definitely am one of the people who have to help my parents with tech all the time. Granted, I don't, I'm not a master at any of it by any means, but I do know enough of it, and I know how to Google problems. So typically, I'm the one that they go to. We need our Sharpedo. Actually, wait a minute. Where are you? You. Oh, this is just a normal Relicanth. Where's the other one? There you are. Okay, yeah, you have Dive and Surf. Let's get you in here. This whole thing looks like a mess. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. They're also both generations that didn't learn how to use technology. They either didn't grow up with it or grew up with bad tech made to be idiot-proof, so they never thought about knowing what they're doing. Yeah. It's a bit of an odd how the system developed enough for a pattern of worldly inexperience so many. I feel bad for kids growing up with the ad-riddled mobile games. Yeah. And see, that's interesting. The whole point that Cow Titties is bringing up with technology being like designed to be user friendly, but not designed to be easy to understand the inner workings of. That has been going on in the auto industry for a long time. Where, you know, like for example, where I grew up, nearly everybody and their neighbor, like a lot of people in my family, for example, know how to work on old cars. But with more and more modern cars being produced, with more advanced systems that require you to send the car into the manufacturer to get like worked on, it's becoming more and more difficult for people to know how to work on them themselves. You know, there's a lot of this trend of making systems for consumer products in a way that if anything needs to be replaced or done, it's like fully dependent on the actual manufacturer. So you have to just pay extra money. You can't do it yourself. You know. I think this is the right way? Question mark. Is my music already done? I guess it is. Book. Yeah, sure. Give me that one. Let's see here. There's definitely a big behavioral side to it as well. I think a commonality found in the tech literate and not in others would surely be a relative lack of aversion to complex problem solving. A lot of people in every generation that tend to celebrate their ignorance and find their own infantilization to be the point of pride. Yeah. Freaking touchscreen in cars. Industry knowledge has been made more varied and leads to a wall of skill development for most. Yeah. That's a lot of images. Hello, Doc Irving. Yeah, we've had quite a bit of images today. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but here we are. Oh shit, I think this is it. I just go straight. I'm saving my game. I will soft reset if we needed to go further down. Fuck. Alright. It's actually California's fault for making cars require rear view collision cameras because dumbass kids standing behind reversing vehicles. Yeah. Dude, okay, so I remember I needed to get my car like checked for safety reasons, right? By the repairman. And the repairman was like, see this like chipped bumper, like cracked bumper? It's like, yeah, you gotta like get that fixed. And it's like, why? And it's like, yeah, because like a kid could like run by and like scrape themselves on it. It's like a kid shouldn't be running around a fucking 20-ton automobile anyway. Why? Like, why do I have to fucking pay for it? But oh well. The garage guy is full of shit. Yeah, but unfortunately, I am required to you know, do whatever it takes to pass safety standards. Whoa. Okay, I think it's Waylord in the front. Yippee! Okay. Can I dig out of here? You want to return to underwater? It's like, how does that work? Wouldn't I, like, immediately drown? Put duct tape on it? I mean, I probably could have, but it's fine. Like, I can damn near learn anything, I think, given the circumstances, but learning just isn't really approachable unless it's within a 9 to 5's allocation of learning time. Yeah. It's like to learn a trade, you not only need to find somebody or like somebody who can teach you or a resource that is very dependable, but you have to put a lot of time into it, you know? And it can be difficult for some people to learn some things. I don't know. It's just, it sucks how commercialized everything is, you know? We live in a very we live in a very capitalistic society despite having very very bad economic problems. I personally think we should return to the bartering system. Oh fuck, why is Dobson in the front? What have I done? Get out of here. Dobson, no! He's too fat and slow. Very good. So many cars with no bumpers, yeah. Well, it varies based on location. Phones, computers, network, auto, building, cleaning, food, etc. That's so much just suppose anyone's got a... wait. It's so much to just suppose anyone's gonna get job experience all in. Yeah. My car's at least 50% duct tape. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're going up here real quick because I want to check the Berry Master for free berries. You get berries? No, you don't. You're like a trainee. Okay. Rabuta. Did we need Rabuta? Let me look at my list. No. Corn? We have corn. Right, the fucking Sains. Okay, let me look at this real quick. Gotta look this up. Berry Master's wife phrases. Berry Master. Okay. So we can get a couple berries with specific things. Okay, we don't have the palm tree berry. Challenge contest is what we need to put in. Palm tree berry, nice. That removes that from our list of berries we have yet to acquire. Not that we need all of them, but it's good to know what we have and don't have in case we do need it. Okay. Let me look up the Reggie puzzles for Emerald. We could solve them ourselves using Braille, but we're gonna expedite things. Dude, wasting my time for 10 minutes to find his order before finally telling me it was a FedEx package ordered through Shopify? I see. Godspeed. Took a board on it. Okay, so that's Reggie Rock. 2 left, 2 down, then use Rock Smash? Okay. Do you have Rock Smash? You do! Perfect. Honestly, there are pros and cons of driving an old shitbox. Pros is that you can stop carrying. Cons is that when you do... Hello, Geodude. You have to care... When you do have to care, it's probably over, yeah. When you do care, you're going to care a lot, yeah. I used to drive a very old car. It was pretty reliable, but there was like a period of time where I neglected to get the oil changed and the engine locked up. And at that point, it's just over. I had to get a new car. Very important lesson in scheduled maintenance. Does this guy have Arena Trap? He probably does. Aerial Ace him. Alright. Regirock's path has been opened. We're not going to go in just yet. We're going to unlock all of them. That way we can come back here with our actual catching team. Okay, Regice. Okay, cool. I drive a 2002, and have to constantly remind myself that it's an old car. I see. It's still of this eon, so I don't think it's old. I see. I understand. The back of my throat feels itchy. Probably cat hair. I blame Sprig. Sure love my Toyota. I like my new car. It's been pretty reliable. I've driven my share of shitbox cars, though. Also, if you're wondering why we're not using repels right now, it's because every time you encounter, like every time you would encounter a Pokemon that gets repelled, it still rolls it on the odds of finding a shiny. So, you know, we could run into a shiny Tentacool or Wingull or something, and it'd be neat to just have one, I guess. Shouts to Getsus. Okay, I'm pretty sure this one... The funny thing about the Island Cave is that in Ruby and Sapphire, the trick to solving this is to just stand here and wait, but they changed it in Emerald. So instead of just, like, waiting there, you have to do a little lap. Yippee! Cool. Nice. I don't know which way would be faster. I guess this one. Is there anything different about the Registeel one? I'm pretty sure it's just use Fly in the center. No, it is different. I think it was Fly in the original. Like in Ruby and Sapphire, you'd use Fly, but here you use Flash. Because I remember we couldn't Like, because we caught Regirock in our Ruby Mono Rock run, and then we killed Regice, and then I was going to go kill Registeel, but it's like, oh, you need Fly, and it's like, well, I don't have any rocks that can fly with me, so I guess we're done. Remember when I played Emerald, I kept my notes from solving the puzzles and was just waiting, and it didn't work, and I had to retranslate and solve the new puzzle? That's how they get you. That's so funny, though. Tree looks like it can be cut down. Kabutops doesn't have cutting. When it's in the owner's manual, the oil is optional, yeah. That drummer's going insane. Remember in Ruby version when we had to hunt a Surskit for like 3 hours here? Oh, you give berries. Mago. Do we already have Mago? We do. Whew. All right. Wait, do we have anybody with Flash? We don't. Fuck. Okay. I think Parasect learns it. Yeah. Oh! Of course. My flying banana dinosaur can flash. Yippee! Alright, cool. All the caves have been opened. We can get rid of our Reggie unlocking team. And get our actual shiny hunting team. We do have a Master Ball, so we are completely fine to have this be a test run as far as how effective our team is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Don't need you. Okay. Yeah, pretty sure this is the team. With the exception of our Tropius, but, you know, we kind of have to have it, so it is what it is. Do I need healing items? I feel like I would have bought the max amount, but maybe not. We have barely any healing items, actually. Okay. One more detour, then. We're gonna fill our inventory with full restores and revives, just in case. Okay. So the trick for shiny hunting, any legendary, any Pokemon, well, I was gonna say any Pokemon that's like stationary, but any legendary that's stationary is if you don't encounter the shiny for it, instead of needing to soft reset, which takes a little bit of extra time, all we need to do is run away from the battle and then leave the area and come back in, like just leave the room basically, and it will generate a new encounter. Unfortunately, we can't use methods like synchronize Pokemon to try to force certain natures, which can improve the odds of finding a shiny due to how PIDs work. But at least the running method works. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Take that away from you. Do we have another leftovers? I probably should have checked for one, huh? Doesn't matter too much, actually. Or Team Skull is so cool. Yeah, so if we run, it says Regirock flew away, which is crazy to imagine. But then we just go back in. There he is again. I wonder if... Crazy how gold his overworld sprite looks. Yeah. The overworld sprites for the Regis are just interesting in general. I've seen people make concept art of like a pre-form to Reggie, like all the different Regis that's based off that sprite. Kind of like how Fione is like a weird prior step to Manaphy. I don't know. That's probably not the right way to describe it. But it's interesting. Thankfully, with Regirock, noticing the shiny is going to be super easy because he's like a chocolate brown, which is going to be awesome. How many encounters was that? 4? I should set up a counter. Shiny Regirock looks so edible. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can do that easily. If I do like 1 + 1, or like set up a hotkey. I don't know how to set up hotkeys for a counter like that. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about it. This is like encounter number 5, though. I'll try to set up a counter next time and just remember how many I've done. 1 in 8,000 something, by the way, is like the odds for Gen 3 shiny hunting. Now, we could do RNG manipulation to try to improve or force a shiny encounter, but I think that would be kind of lame and defeat the purpose. So we're not going to do that. How crazy would it be, though, if we encountered one like this stream? What are we doing now? We're shiny hunting. So, basically, Larry Lou, to explain, every time we start this fight with Regirock here, there's a 1 in like 8,042 chance that it will be a different caller. And that's what I want. I've never done shiny hunting like this before. I don't know how long it will take, but it's where we're at, and it's what we're going to do. That being said, it's going to be real difficult to to constantly think of conversation topics while we do this. It's going to be a real test on my talkative abilities. I used to sketch Regirock a lot. I always enjoyed drawing like the patterns along its torso, I guess. I've also enjoyed the concept of Regirock being made of like different minerals, because in the Pokedex entry, if any part of its body gets damaged, it can just repair itself with rocks, like any rocks. Read anything lately? No, I should read more, but not really. I've been keeping up with things going on in FF14. I've been keeping up with things going on in Pokemon Champions. Actually, I haven't booted up my Switch since I got back, or since I left for my fishing trip. I should probably get back into Pokopia, especially if there's a Sableye event going on tomorrow. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking of doing another watch along in the Discord this weekend for the Final Fantasy VII OVA. There's an OVA that is like 30 minutes long, I think, that goes over, it's like a retelling of events that happened back in like Nibelheim. As well as some other stuff, I think. I don't know. It wouldn't be very long, obviously, but it'd be interesting. I'm also looking forward to Final Fantasy Tactics. Want to do some nice grinding. Sounds cool. Yeah. The Zack and Cloud thing? I haven't seen it before, but I imagine so, yeah. If you've seen it and you know what happens, please do not tell me. Man, if they were to add a new Reggie, a new Golem legendary Pokemon for the Reggie series, what type would you want it to be? Because I'll be honest, I was very surprised to see Reggie Eleki and Drago get added. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, how are they making a Golem out of out of electric type and dragon type? Normal type Reggie would go crazy. Ratty, there already is one. There's Reggie Gigas. What are you talking about? I'm gonna crush grip you. See, that's funny because crush grip is the signature move that Reggie Gigas has. Ratty. I think a flying type Reggie would be interesting. don't think I ever got him. Don't blame me. Can't believe the rank 2. I can't believe the second place Cobblemon VTuber Invitational champion doesn't know about Reggie Gigas. Sexy bug type? But they're like golems. What would what would a bug type Reggie golem be? Would it be like a beehive? Would it be made up of like chitin? Grass would be neat, yeah. Steel Dubious, I'm gonna fucking throttle you. I'm gonna grab your nose. I'm gonna bend it backwards, like when Superman grabs like a gun. I'm gonna pull a Daffy Duck and slap you so your nose like spins around. They'll figure it out. But that's what we're supposed to do, Ratty. It's the point of the conversation. We're discussing how you would make a Reggie of a type. Like if I were to design like a flying type Reggie, it would either be like a living tornado with like some crystal in the center, or it could be like some construct made of like fans, like an airship. Made out of plants, yeah. I've seen grass type Reggie concepts where they're like made of wood. Made a water type Reggie out of inner tubes. That one is good. They've also made a flying type Reggie based off like some old 1940s dual propellered fan, like ceiling fan. I thought that was really cool. You've been wanting to incorporate golem elements into your lore, but you never commit to it. What do you mean golem elements? Ground type mud golem and a grass type wood golem? That would be cool. Like, I'm trying to envision how Dubious would be associated with golems. Given your avian, like, captain appearance. One Reggie concept that always seems tricky when it comes to how you would design it is like a psychic type Reggie. I've seen people design ones like themed around space. Always thought was neat. The sky people make golems. La puta. What did you call me? Translator, what did Cow Titties call me? You heard me. I was actually made out of clay with wax wings and replaced the original Dubious. That's scary. What? That's like that's an episode of Gravity Falls. Oh, the whole mimic bit. That's true. You used to be a mimic. I forgot about that. Yeah, before Dubious became the Birdman we know and love today, Dubious used to have a bit where his PNG avatar would change based on what game he was playing. Like he was constantly shapeshifting to imitate whatever he was playing. Oh yeah. One thing that I remember hearing about, or like reading about, from the whole data leak with Pokemon stuff, like it's it's the one that people constantly refer to as like the Typhlosion, like sexual assault, fucking leak or whatever. I remember reading something from it about the concept of Reggie Gigas and its relation to Arceus, which I always thought was really interesting. where basically Arceus, whenever it created the world or whatever, um, it created it along with legendary like titans representing each element. Um, Much like Regigigas. So basically, Regigigas wasn't the only one. There used to be like one for every element. But Arceus then decided to destroy each of the elemental titans, as they were, to create the plates that are used to alter Arceus's type. Which is why Regigigas was the last one, because Arceus is already normal type by default and had no reason to destroy Gigas, basically, and like cursed him to tow the continents or whatever. So it makes it very sad when you think about Regigigas being the last of its kind, trying to rebuild its like dead brethren through these like weaker interpretations, like Regirock, Ice, Steel, Eliki, Drago. Poor guy, yeah. I always thought that was interesting. Right, that one. What do you mean, LMFAO? What? It's sad. What do you mean? Be nice. Yeah, we're gonna be doing this for a while. This is why I want to do like berry gathering off stream. That way I can do this on stream and then just go take care of berries and like, you know, get a lot of stuff stockpiled while we shiny hunt. Wait, no, ignore me. I went a minute back because you just got a shower and was curious about the Pokelore. Oh. 21 hours to go. Yippee. Listen, by the time we're done shiny hunting, Bag will be back from his Pokemon hiatus. This is totally not an attempt by me to stall the Pokemon playthrough as long as possible. But no, I've never shiny hunted before, like, to this degree. I've only done shiny hunting through easier methods, like using sandwiches in Scarlet and Violet, or using a Japanese Ditto and breeding Pokemon while having, like, the shiny charm and all that stuff. And with the Regis being my favorite legendaries, I figured if I want to shiny hunt anything that's not just like Pokemon I'm going to use for the rest of the playthrough forever, I might as well try to shiny hunt these just for like a nice little collection. Man, I do have like a bit of a fear of like encountering a shiny Pokemon, but like being so used to just clicking run that I like run from the encounter. Which, you know, shiny encounters have an audio cue to go along with it, but for the sake of not having the same audio play 500 times, 8,000 times, I figured doing it this way would be fine. Which, you know, if we keep seeing the same sprite 8,000 times, we should very easily notice one's different. I forget if Regice is more subtle in current, like in this game. Because some shiny sprites are like very, very similar to their original, and when you're like slightly colorblind like me, it can make it a little nerve-wracking. Did a living shiny dex for like 3/4 of Gen 1 through 4? I didn't know you were such a Pokemon gamer. What the hell? And tried again with Sword and Shield. Came out and did a good chunk and then gave up and found someone selling the shiny living dex for $5. What the fuck? You were a menace? Were you ever into competitive or did you just like collecting? Shiny dex for Gens 3 through 4. Did you like in what generation did you find those Pokemon? Mostly collecting? Okay. I imagine you must have done the shiny hunting for the living dex like in a modern gen where it's easier. I couldn't imagine doing like a shiny living dex of fucking Gen 3. That would be hell. There's a bit after Sun and Moon. Okay. Hello, Crocobos. Welcome, welcome. Pokebank existed? True, true. Yeah, post like Gen 6 onward, shiny hunting was made exponentially easier by the introduction of the shiny charm. I forget if Black and White had that. I know X and Y did for sure, though. Wow. How you doing, Crocobos? Now, I know shiny hunting Gen 1 and 2 Pokemon is pretty easy. Because it's based on, like, their limited stat values. That's actually, like, a pretty popular method to shiny hunt classic Pokemon. From what I've seen, is people will go back into, like, Gen 1 and 2 games and try to, like, get shinies and then transfer them up to, like, Sun and Moon or whatever. Black and White 2 is the first game with it. Just another thing to add to Gen 5's list of base decisions. like that should be like the idea of rewarding the player for getting their Pokedex complete by giving them an item that helps them find shinies of any Pokemon is so good. How fucked up would it be if there was like something wrong with the internal clock or something that prevented RNG from happening properly? But there's no way that would be true. Fast start. Most of them were decent attempts within a few hundred tries. But your favorite Heracross took you 1,470-ish eggs for a shiny. Printable diploma too, that's true! By the way, scroll down into my About section to see my collection of diplomas I've accumulated through the Pokemon games so far. I plan on doing that as I finish the living decks in each generation. Although I might have to consolidate or delete older diplomas for space. Now you're just gonna suffer from the OG shiny odds being so low. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Or unless you're talking about the shiny hunting like Gen 1 and 2 specific Pokemon in their respective games. Man, what was up with the Cow Titties? You might know this. Well, Best Mom might know it as well, since they were into shiny hunting. What was up with the whole like introduction of Pokemon being shiny with different particle effects? Like, how many different effects were there? And because that sounds crazy. Like, imagine trying to shiny hunt every Pokemon, but also trying to get every variation of sparkles with every Pokemon shiny. Is the living dex part over? No, because we need Regice and Registeel. And although I could go back into Ruby version and catch both of those because they do reappear if you KO them, I'm shiny hunting them anyway. So the living dex won't be done until we've successfully shiny hunted each Regi. So yeah. Now, when we get to shiny hunting things like Girafarig, Spinda, and Cast Form, that should be way easier. Just because we're going to be limiting the possible natures, or at least give us a chance to limit the possible natures that appear on those Pokemon through like Everstone and Synchronize. And that should drastically improve the odds, since PIDs with those specific natures are more limited than true RNG like this is. It's gonna be so sad when we get a fucking shiny Regirock with modest nature. I forgot that was a thing because it was too insane, and I just immediately deleted it from memory when you learned of it. Yeah, it's like the most evil thing Game Freak could do to shiny hunters. Not to mention that now in like Gen 9 and Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon have like a chance to have like a mark that can generate with them if they spawn. So you have to like not only like if you want to collect like a really rare Pokemon, you not only have to worry about shiny hunting with like good IVs and nature and all that, but you also have to shiny hunt and hope that you get the right fucking mark that you want. Ban this guy. What is that? What are the odds right now? Someone in chat can probably say, otherwise I can look it up real quick. It's like 1 in 8,000 something. What is this, dubious? Shiny Pokemon Plus. Hell. Alright, dubious. Get started. Shiny odds in Pokemon Emerald. It's a base probability of 1 in 8,192. That is the odds we are working with. And so far we've like, I don't know, we've probably encountered like 30. I've lost count. I'm not keeping track. That being said, I will look up the best method to set up a counter for the next time I stream this. And then we can just say, oh, you know, it took him like 6,000 attempts plus, you know, give or take like 50 or however long we, you know, we're gonna do this for another 2 hours. Cool. Spurvis says, balling up his fist, gritting his teeth, vein bulging out of forehead. Yeah, shit like this is why I condone using save editors. I mean, it's fine. I'll have the gratification of knowing that I found one without cheating. I wanted to double check since it's been 2 years since you shiny hunted, but it looks like the two types are still star and square shinies. So then what's the default? Or like, is it star shinies for Pokemon that you got prior to that? You know what's scary? Retro Achievements has a hardcore mode that prevents you from using save states, rewinds, fast forward, and cheats. Crazy. It would be less work to learn how to bypass the checks to do that than earn all the shinies legit. Oh, for the retro achievement? I believe it. It's fun to do your own hunting too. Yeah. I can get a genuine kidney stone without drinking soda, but I won't find it gratifying. Spurvis, we're not calling the shiny Regirock kidney stone. All right, let's see. Music, music, music. Irma. Yeah, sure. Give me the goofy little video game songs to listen to while I do my 40-hour-a-week desk job. That should be normal mode. Using save states should be casual mode. Well, Dubious is definitely a casual retro achievement guy. Does green tea cause kidney stones? I know green tea has like antioxidants. I wonder if any ROM hacks have made cunty Regirock with a handbag yet. As a longtime Reggie fan, I do not like the cunty Regirock with handbag that was created by some artists. In high consumption. I only play on hardcore mode. Do you? Wait, Dubious, didn't you cheat recently for one of your achievements? Nice cobalt ore. Watching back Mystical, Zach, and Wikivod, and I was getting mad at how you were defending the sword fighting controls. No? No, I remember you talked about it in this chat. We were like, revoke his retro achievements card. Was it something you did save states for? What was it? Fuck. I think it was something Pokemon related. A tracker is not cheating? Was it a tracker? Oh, for Feebas, right. Yeah, you cheated for Feebas. That is cheating. You did not find Feebas legitimately. Okay, Dubious. Then how did you find the You literally found it in the comments. Yeah, the cheaters comments maybe. I'm not saying it was good, but I don't remember it being that bad. You were grilling about it, and you were hunting for Feebas. True, I remember. Yeah. All right, Dubious. If that's the case, then pray tell, how did you find the like what information did you need to input to find the right Feebas tracker? Is it stuff that you could naturally find in your game, like your seed? Okay, actually, hear me out. I knew this from my brother getting a kidney stone, and he was only binging green tea. However, I just looked it up, and green tea is actually supposed to inhibit kidney stones. Yeah, it's got antioxidants. Your trainer ID and trendy phase. Be that as it may, you're still a cheater. But it's fine. Now go shiny hunt every Pokemon in Fire Red. Tell me we are oxidizing like copper blocks in Minecraft. What do you mean? Oh, because antioxidants. +2. Mods, oxidize Glitchy until he's unable to move. Man, I can't wait to like once I get these Reggies, getting Regirock to the point that it can learn Body Press is going to be so nice. Body Press is such a crazy like buff to defensive Pokemon. For anyone who doesn't know, Body Press, which was introduced in It was in Sword and Shield DLC, if I recall. It's a physical fighting type move that deals damage based off of the user's defense stat instead of its attack stat. So Pokemon that don't really have any offensive capabilities otherwise, like Fortress, that has a shitload of physical defense, can just crush Pokemon that aren't resistant or immune to fighting type. Very good. It makes me wonder if Game Freak will ever add a special defense equivalent. I don't think they need to, because most Pokemon that are specially defensive are also pretty strong offensively anyway. Like, something that comes to mind is something like Florigus, which is a fairy type special defensive wall. And most people that run it usually run it with like some healing moves and a lot of well, I say a lot of, but like some healing moves and like a stat buffing move, and then just Moonblast, which is a special attack. Special defense feels like a bit of a meme. What do you mean, Ratty? like people should never run it? Obviously, if there's a special attacker, they will steamroll a lot of my teams, but they could also get steamrolled by physical attacks usually. True, but the thing is, Ratty, is if you're... Say you're fighting against, like, an Alakazam, and your current Pokemon is not fast enough to outrun it, and definitely can't live the hit, but you have a Pokemon in the back with very high special defense and moves to heal itself with, you can basically safely swap to it and force them to either switch or slowly whittle them down as you like survive every hit they land, you know? A wall is a wall? Yeah, but they're designed to allow you to pivot when there's a threat in front of you that you can't take on with your current Pokemon. Now, if you're playing like hyper offensive, then yeah, you don't really give a shit about walls, but what I'm saying is if a wall has low special defense, it could probably still tank it. I don't know. It depends. Like, all this pants cramp. Hello, Boony Rapoony. Like Regirock here. Regirock is a physical defensive wall. It's got like a base stat of like 250 in physical defense, whereas its special defense is far weaker. If I send in Regirock, or like try to swap to it on a Starmie that's about to use Surf, Regirock's not gonna fucking live that. He's gonna get fucking creamed. But if I have like a specially defensive like Regice, it could easily survive a Surf. It could probably survive 2 to 3 of them. And I could retaliate with like Thunder Wave to cripple it and Thunderbolt to take it out, or, you know, use Rest to restore my HP. Hello, Cappynet. Welcome, welcome. Walls don't usually wall both types of damage, yeah. Or if they do, because there are some defensive Pokemon that have like strong defenses in both stats. Registeel's an example. Shuckle is one. Dusclops is another. Typically, Pokemon like that don't have a lot of HP. In Registeel's case, I think it's just a matter of it like not having too high in one or the other. But it's also pretty slow and doesn't do a lot offensively. All this Pokemon talk sucks. I'm gonna see what Bry's up to. Oh man, Bry's also playing Pokemon. Yeah. Sorry, Spurvis. That's Pokemon all the way down. Shuckle, yeah. Hop on Champions. Nuh-uh. Why does Nintendo hate PC? What does that mean? Are you trying to roll for something? You haven't played Pokemon for real in years? I'm shiny hunting Regirock. Champions isn't on PC, is it? No, but it is coming to mobile? You're gonna be able to, like, play it from your phone at some point? Have I ever fucking said that I fucking hate Nintendo? I think you have. You've hated a lot of things. Which is your favorite Mario Sunshine level and music? I haven't played Mario Sunshine outside of, like, a few rare occasions when a friend or family member had it. That being said, I would have to say my favorite level is probably... I don't know. I think Delfino Plaza is fun. I like the first level where you fight Petey Piranha. Regirock cannot fucking fly away. What do you mean? Golurk can fly. Why can't Regirock? Because it's a bitch to dev for every piece of hardware using engines that you actually own, and Steam doesn't. Steam takes 30% of sales. Yeah. I want to play games on my PC. What microtransactions are on Champions? There's a few. You can subscribe to get, like, more box space and the ability to make more teams. As well as, I think, to get points for getting more items to use and stuff, I think. I think. Apps and app stores take other percentages as well, yeah. It has super optional battle pass for cosmetics and to get, like, mega stones without spending your in-game currency. And a $6 new player starter set. Where's the sexy yeah, where's the Pokemon Unite costumes that you can put on your Pokemon? Not on PC. I hate Nintendo. I recommend Mumu Player. Is that the one you coaxed Soot into using for gacha purposes? Your high-pitched voice reminds me of Nober. I often take inspiration from my peers. No. Too much effort for a game, I will drop immediately. Mods. Cave ready, Skullin. Cow titties. Unplugging my keyboard. Going back to console gaming in bed. All I do is spread evil. No! No! Cow titties, it's okay. Come back. Go back. We like you, please. I need someone as passionate about Pokemon as me to to converse with. You can't leave me here with Spurbus. Finish your homework, Ratty. Ratty, how's work going? Can't leave me here with colic. Do not ask me such things. Meep. Why? When did the meep thing start? When did you become a freaking cartoon character? I know you say Nipa and me all the time, but now you're saying meep? think the meeps suck. You're in your meep era, your meep arc. That's funny. You're so whimsical. I miss what Ratty said. Ratty never said that. Although Ratty did get Paperbag_Channel's VODs of their collab taken down because saying the funny phrase that that Rika Furude says sounds like really close to a slur. Sit here on my $3,000 PC. I am not playing $90 Steam games for and read Twitch chatters hating a free game for a $400 console. Cow Titties says as they sip from their wine glass atop their solid gold gamer PC with RGB lights. We're not sure either way. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's ways you could play champions that don't cost money, but are methods that I can't disclose. It's not a fancy PC. It's just normal if you have RAM. Yeah, that's true. Thankfully, I upgraded my computer around when was it? It was when Final Fantasy XIV was like updating its graphics. They're like adding some like higher res graphics and stuff, and I think Monster Hunter Wilds was coming out. It was like right before the RAM prices started skyrocketing. I'll disclose that shit. Finna make a tutorial now. More power to you. My RAM alone, I think, is worth 1K right now. God. The $300 RAM you wanted became $1,200. I hope the AI bubble pops soon, and then Ratty loses all of his stocks. I wanna pop it like a zest. Like a zesty lemon. I got 64 gigabytes of RAM. Proceeds to take a big hit off your money bong. Fucking steals all of your valuable possessions from your home. I hope AI data centers explode and their company CEOs redacted. Please God, let my nuclear stocks go up. I knew the dwarf would do this. What did I do? Ilya, what did I do? Apparently Intel hit an all-time high recently because the AI bubble is getting even bigger. God. You just reminded me. I remember I was like talking about work to my grandfather while on the fishing trip, and he was like talking about one of our other cousins who's like around my age, and he was like, oh, your cousin, you know, he got a job being like working on like air conditioners at one of those data centers. And I was like, oh, good. I'm so glad. Like, yeah, they're paying a lot for people to fix all the fucking coolant as they siphon all the drinkable water from the local town well. Sorry to tell you this, Ratty, but your stocks have a half-life. And Half-Life 2. The AI bubble is as much of a hallucination as the outputs of the technology itself. Oh boy, the booming HVAC business. God. In my mouth! No! Ratty? No! Oh, conversations are getting a little spicy in chat. Everyone's talking about acts of violence. I suppose this is what comes from shiny hunting. It's just inevitable. My portfolio is down like $600 right now. Ratty, Are you investing any of that into like a retirement fund? Surely you're not banking all of your retirement funds on stocks. You have a portfolio? Yeah, Ratty's big into stocks. He's into stock gaming. He's a stock gamer. My portfolio is up 5K right now. What the fuck? It's for your Japan trip. When are we going? Tell me the date and I'll be there. I want to go to Japan. Hell yeah, when are we all going to Japan? And you're paying for the tickets and the hotel? I'm glad I'm just doing the exact opposite of what Ratty is doing. You're going to not Japan? Anti-Japan? You're going to the West? If there's any dipshit in this community who would, what are you talking about? Talking about stocks? Yeah, I started getting into stocks when I got my Christmas bonus. Trying to get into the poly market, but my country banned it. I'm going to China, I see. It's quite good earlier, just got greedy. I have $0, but got whiskey and firearms for when the bubble pops. I'm learning so much. The all-time high was 3K. I started from 1K. That's not too bad, I guess. Right now it's around 2K. You should pull out. Polymarket stocks? I don't know any of this. I don't either. Brazil? I learned a little bit about stocks when I was in advanced math in elementary school. And I learned a little bit more about it in like an economics class in college, but let me tell you, I don't know shit about it now. I remember one of my workplaces, like when I used to work a retail job, they had like some special plan where you could have like a percentage of your paycheck go into stocks for the company you work for. And I actually got some good like dividends from it that I like pulled out before quitting for my better job. That was awesome. Maybe we go. That'd be fun. I have $0, but I will do performances for any eligible rich bachelorette. A couple friends of mine were into Polymarket and had 2 girlfriends each. Sorry, Ilya, but I'm going to Antarctica. Not Brazil. Who? Polymarket was banned here because the elections. People are getting the opposition. People are betting the opposition will win. And the current president got butthurt. Oh, is Polymarket the freaking... Is that whole bit where it's like you can literally gamble on anything? Like, oh, what's the weather going to be like? If it's sunny, you'll win, $5. Like, shit like that. Where people can just bet on day-to-day things. Probably for the better, you can't use it to bet on life or death. That would be fucked up. Because people would go out of their way. They would bet a lot of money, and then they'd go out of their way to make it so. You could bet on... Right. I remember hearing about that, actually. Yeah, that is really... Gambling truly is a sin. I wish it would get shut down. It should. Like, gambling can't be good for an economy, right? Like, economic growth can't happen or be sustainable from gambling. Can it? Any knowers? Stocks is betting too, yeah, and I don't like stocks. Poly market is also weird business rules. Sometimes we'll just not pay you and keep the money. What the fuck? Gambling in stocks and interest should be against international law. We should go back to the barter system. I'll pay you 5 bionicle masks for 2 sticks of RAM. or it's like I'll do this favor for you in exchange for this good or service you have that I want. Like, you can't go wrong. People get what they want in exchange for things they don't want as much of. If you consider stocks gambling, then it's definitely somewhat good for the economy. What do you mean stocks is just gambling? Still, like some of the bare minimum welfare, socialism, and a bartering system would go crazy sicko style. It would. Stocks is just the oldest speculation market. It's just gambling, yeah. It's just prostitution. If companies need or want more capital, then they can go public and sell stocks for money, helping them and potentially helping the buyers. What service can I offer? I can dig tunnels really well. I can look for specific minerals. I could reach hard-to-reach places. Help you find lost things in your couch cushions. Clean out the keys of your keyboard. Interest is the price of time. Basically, yeah. With that teeth, I'll pass. Excuse you? Brown, cut that out. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's like, that's something that's always eluded. Like your Ant-Man if he couldn't get big. You're like Ant-Man if he couldn't get big again. True. Already describing the definition of speculation with his reasons of justifying it, yeah. What is that? Is that a corn dog? With actual, like, dog? It is. Corn dog cat. Weird. This Reggie sprite kind of looks like a corn dog. He's been deep fried. I want a corn dog right now. What if it was a corn cat? I'm describing stocks. I'm gonna try those Korean corn dogs. Korean dog. Cornean. Colcus, why haven't you hopped on Factorio yet? Because, Ratty, I have 5 trillion hours of Pokemon and 5 trillion hours of Final Fantasy to play. Choosing you like an orange in your mind. Put Ratty in the hydraulic press. It wouldn't be the first time. But we're on speculation. It's the same picture. I was talking about Olive Garden breadsticks the other day and called the waiter the referee. That's funny. What was their reaction? But no, Ratty is a very clever rage baiter. They laughed, hell yeah. You haven't suffered Olive Garden breadsticks in years. Maybe I'll could do that again sometimes. It's been a while since I've had like some good restaurant breadsticks. I could get some after stream, but I need to cook my HelloFresh meals before they become goodbye rotten meals. On the retail consumer side, yeah, I was just saying from the company side, which can help boost the economy, is another way to generate capital. But yeah, I was going to say, one thing that's always eluded my understanding is just the concept of how an economy works and how it gets better. Like, how do you improve, like, because I guess the basic, like, my basic understanding of it, or like what I think I understand of it, is that an economy improves if consumers spend their money on products like goods and services that they need, and then the provider of those goods and services uses that money to improve the quality of said goods and services. Like that's what I understand of it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that being said, like the problem that I'm like understanding from how that works is that the money that's being put to improve the goods and services, like it feels like companies try to use that to justify raising the cost. So then the consumers who spend their money that they make, you know, however they make it, at whatever rate they make it, for the good or service, you know, they expect, you know, their support to cause a rise in quality for the same services that they've been supporting. But what ends up happening is that these companies charge more, so then the people are having to spend more money for these goods and services, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it keeps going up for the corporations and the companies, but not so much for the consumers. That's the economic theory, yeah. The economic practice, no. I see. The economy improves when individuals are free to do voluntary transactions. Austrian economics. The simplest way to put it is that economy doesn't work without checks and balances. Right, yeah. Yeah, it removes freedom. Yeah, because what ends up happening is you end up with a lot of people who aren't receiving wage increases because, you know, it's like the companies don't want to pay them more. So then they end up not being able to afford the goods they want, like RAM. Like, they, you know, nobody can afford that shit now. Or if they do, they have to sacrifice other things. And you end up with people who can't even afford, like, a place to live. Or basic necessities, you know? It's like, I don't know. It feels like things could definitely be fixed if there were laws set in place to act as checks and balances that were like, okay, you know, you can't raise the cost of a good or service by this percentage. Unless, because, you know, it's like supply and demand obviously affects shit like that. Like, if there's more demand than there is supply, then yeah, raise your fucking prices, because you can't produce enough to satisfy everybody without, you know, getting more money to produce more. But if you do that and the supply starts to go up again, then you should fucking lower the price back down. I don't know. This music is not helping. What do you mean? What's wrong? Is this bad? Should I change topic? Let's see. It was over when banks were invented as a concept. Yeah. I mean, I do think everyone would be better if they just, like, hoarded all of their wealth through, like, physical goods and gold in their homes. Everyone should have, like, treasure hoards. I don't know. Another good idea, but not practiced. Yeah. That really sets the tone. Economics are propaganda used to give the illusion that authoritarianism is consensual. No idea you come up with no idea you come up with will matter if you don't have people who can enforce laws on your side. That's true. Guess that's how inflation happens. Throw in the 9-letter word, brother. People that can enforce. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, I can't share my thoughts on some things, but I do think that if people were to take more action, that things could change for the better. But it's one of those things, you know, where, like, it's a very sad but plausible realization that a lot of, like, the reason things are so shit quality when it comes to like food that's convenient and available, like fast food, you know. Fast food is very convenient, but it's not healthy for you. Or, you know, medicine being super expensive because you don't have insurance or whatever. It's like, it feels like it's all designed Like, even ads, like advertisements, it feels like it's all designed to wear down the general public, wear down their spirits, you know, their willpower, make them not physically fit enough to make any significant changes, you know? It's like controlling a herd of cattle. But yeah. Let's see here. Not having your personal hoard and having somebody else hold it for you is where it all went wrong. You get it, yeah. Inflation used to make me chuckle, but now it just makes me IRL pensive cowboy, yeah. Coercive intervention in the economy causes scarcity. Let the prices rise. This incentivizes people to find alternatives. I can understand that, yeah. Like imagine forgetting prosperity as a goal for your civilization. Big real, yeah. Math on min-maxing. The math on min-max optimizing your consumer base has been run and in action for a while, sadly. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you, brother Corpus. Yeah. Those in control and who prosper only want to maintain that. Exactly, exactly. Like why should I let Timmy have it's like oh you have 2 cupcakes but Timmy has none. You could give 1 cupcake to Timmy and still have 1 yourself. And it's like, oh, why would I give him any of my cupcakes? They're mine. I want both of them. And it's like, you know, it's like that obviously doesn't that doesn't work with everything that we're discussing, but it's like how I picture, you know, the big corporations who don't want to invest in their communities aside from like insignificant things that make them look good on paper. Like, oh, it's like oh, this person or this company, they give all their earnings to charity. It's like, yeah, but they're only earning this much from this thing, and they have like trillions of billions of dollars on the side that they don't invest into that. And you have negative then you have -1 cupcakes. Yeah. Timmy can go fuck himself. Actually, I'm gonna kill Timmy so he can't even try to get my cupcakes. Actually, I'm gonna pay Timmy half of a cupcake to go find somebody with more cupcakes and bring them back to me. That way I get a net positive of 1.5 cupcakes, while Timmy only gets half a cupcake. Warehouse Fire Gritty, huh? That's how it actually works for all Timmy, yeah. And the writing is all over the walls when it comes to incentivizing excessive prioritization of the self. I did the math for a few months ago, and all the money on Earth was evenly divided. We would all have $18,000. Jesus. Yeah, it's definitely fucked up to say, but there's definitely too many people. Into a fugue state while listening to Streets of Rage 2. What did you miss? Just a bunch of economic talk. We're deep in the Reggie Shiny Hunt mines talking about economics. Here is simply a way to reduce taxes. Yeah. Feels like the world is straight up murdering all the cupcake bakers and stealing all the remaining cupcakes from the kids. Yeah. I'm not making more people. I'm doing my part. Yeah, but the problem is that there's a bunch of people who are. That's just for the raw cash, not getting into anything worth money. You could just do that now and let people have their stuff, yeah. Just saying, if Timmy was gone, I would have 36,000 cupcakes. I just want to evaporate the 1% and take all their money and become the 1%. See, what society should be working towards And there's going to be people who disagree because that's the nature of life, is that no matter what your viewpoint is, there's going to be somebody who disagrees with it. I think that humanity should strive to advance technology to a point that it's able to self-maintain and, or at least easily be maintained, and uh, provide all the needs of humanity. Like, we wouldn't have to do any work that we don't want to do of our own volition, for our own fulfillment. Abolish the need for minimum wages and allow people to just live like, free to do what they want without risk of dying on the street. you know? But that'll probably never happen. Hold on, I've missed some messages. Also missed some redeems. Thank you. If the babies are getting 18K too, I might have to rob one and pay them back. You love talking economics, but Twitch chat is trash, so you'll hold back. As long as it's not too political or against TOS, it's fine. We're looking for a 1 in 800 or 8,192 odds encounter. We're gonna be here a while. Might be less too many people and more maybe a lot of necessities shouldn't cost money. I don't know, man. Every day I drive out into traffic. I just want to not be worried every time the calendar says the 1st. Yeah. Pomfall gets it. I want to evaporate everyone on Earth and become God and the only psychic projecting being left. Alright, okay, Shinji. Okay, Evangelion. Brown, spit it out. I'm chomping at the fucking bit to disagree with something. Here. But I'll be lonely, and you know what happens to rabbits when they're lonely, don't you know? Your name's Ratty, not Rabby. Although that would be cute. Regirock flew away. Hello, Lilith. Yes. How's the truck ride? This is how we get robot slaves and go into robot uprisings. I'll be God and make new people. Lilith blew away. Me when never mind. I would also like to live in a Star Trek future. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Wait, what was that other thing I saw? I mean the text format. Oh. Okay. This is all to say paying for FF11 is too much and you should play a fan server with me instead when the time comes. Is there proof of this? You're bunny coded yourself? No! But no, it's like when it comes to the concept of like, oh, what if there's a robot uprising? Well, there's a really easy solution to that, I think. It's don't be a fucking asshole to anything that has sentience. Especially if it's like providing the things you need. It's like, oh, I've been rude to my servants for years, and oh look, they've poisoned my fucking drink. Well, maybe I shouldn't have been such an asshole to the people providing for me. Like, I don't know. It depends on, like, if you're making robots that are smart enough to act out very, like, to complete very complex tasks, or trying to make them more, human-like with complex thoughts and feelings. Yeah, you should probably not treat them like slaves. I don't know. Robots don't have sentience, but people keep wanting to make them emulate it. To gaslight people and it's really fucking stupid. Listen, as someone who's always wanted a super cool robot friend who could fly me around and do whatever I wanted as a child. I like the idea of having robots gain sentience, but that's just me. What is this? Holy smokes, it's who? Gunga Ginga? Making machines human-like is a grave mistake. Computers say you have feelings. Oh my god. We're so far away from computer sentience, so anytime you hear stupid shit like Claude is alive, it's propaganda. Oh no, I believe that 100%. I understand that it's not like we're nowhere near that. It's just, you know, because people say fucking Claude is alive. It's like, I grew up, when I was in fucking middle school, like, years back, we had, what was it called? It was some fucking website. Was it called Chatbot? It was something. It was some website where you could type a message to, you know, yeah, Cleverbot. Dubious remembers. Yeah, Cleverbot. Cleverbot is basically, it was just a website that would take what you type to it and generate the most like average response through like data that it's accumulated to that response. So if you type like hello to it, it would say like hello back, or it might say hi, or it might say hey ya, you know? If you type fuck you, it might say wow, no, fuck you, or it might say why would you say that? You know, it would just respond, you know, in ways that would be like most commonly seen to that phrase. And I remember like as a kid and like other kids in my class being like, wow, it's like it's real, it's like it's a person. It's like, no. No, it's not. it's just reacting the way it was designed to. I'll be happy with rope. I see. Thank you, Capping Up. History has never shown treating sentients as slaves goes wrong. What do you mean? If robots can use us as an example to speak and think in emulatory ways, we may as well treat them as such capable. Treating them badly could bite us in the ass on principle. Exactly. Jenny will save us all, yeah. Say that to the number of women who is having Claude as their... I mean, listen. People... Booney, there are people in this very chat room who have fictional 2D PNGs of anime women as their wife. I was referencing this. Oh, right. Yeah, the ridges are awesome. Cleverbot is so old. I know. Ilm partners is definitely a sad topic. I don't know what that is, Goki. There's an app like that you could have in group chats. Oh, there was an app, I see. Focus, you gotta keep playing while reading chat or you're gonna be shiny locked forever. I know! Listen, it's hard. I gotta scroll down. People are talking too much. I'm not used to this much traffic in my chat. I'm used to being a 2-view male. I can't. How do you turn on slow mode? I need. Stop calling me out. I'm gonna call you out to dinner. I'm trying to like game in one hand and click with my mouse in the other. What do you mean? My wife is real. I don't have a waifu. Do you want to be my waifu? Sorry, I'm not looking for a committed relationship at the moment. It's so fucking funny. God. And now I've got a fucking PNG I gotta add. Thank you, Grundle. Saw this recently. You redeemed this on Nanos. Why am I getting sloppy seconds? Or was this on Miskel's? It was on somebody's. Thank you. Makes me want to drive. Who could do such a thing? Cartoon wife? Lilith, there's no room! That's it. You've done it. You've done it now. I'll show you. There you go. Multitask, Fred. Superior seconds. True, actually. Been kind of wanting to go back to talking to an empty chat sometimes. It's too scary. What do you mean? Listen, I love having an active chat. It's just I'm not used to it. I'm like, it's like going from running for only 2 minutes per cycle to running like 5 minutes. Like I'm like, I have to get used to it. Keep that in mind. Not to send any my stupid chat messages. I barely do anyway, Doob. Now look what you've done. I love Cow Titties messages, unless Cow Titties is correcting me on a factoid, and then I feel stupid, and I'm like, I shouldn't have said anything. And I'll kick a rock over, and I'll be like, damn it, why didn't I know that? Tiny wife, yeah. It's like tiny husband. Don't look that up. Maria Socket doesn't have a lot of images out there. That's who that character is, I see. Trying to talk about playing beat 'em ups is really hard. Yeah. Like I can only do this while doing a mundane task such as this. Although we've probably like passed 5,000 of the shiny frames just because I've been stopping to talk and read messages. I'm not here for Pokemon, so if you could just finish these games real quick, that'd be neat. This is why I tend to just post emotes and always say the wrong things. I try to be hesitant when it comes to chatting, or I'll try to. I get too excited, you know, when I see somebody I like playing something that I like, or talking about something that I like, I'll get too excited and I'll end up like typing like too many messages, and I'll look in the chat and I'll be like, oh geez, like a good margin of this chat is just like my username, and I'm like, I don't like that because I worry that I get annoying. I'll be like, I shouldn't fucking say anything. Like, what if I say something and then the streamer gets pissed off, or they're ticked off at something, and then they fucking vent it out at me for saying something, and I'm like, God damn it. You just don't care. Do whatever you want. I do care though. I wish I could. I wish I didn't care. Tell streamer to shut the fuck up. I can't. I hold people that I like in too high regard. I don't know. I'll just feel bad about it and then go to bed and then feel less bad about it the next day. You, Nano, and Grundle are the few people I trust enough to annoy. I see. Yeah, I'm usually pretty patient. Why don't you dehumanize yourself and stop having feelings? It's so easy. God. That's it. I'm gonna drop 1,000 pages Google Docs about you. Oh. Become a hater. I can't. I used to get like freaking. I used to get talks from my like close IRL friends about how I need to stop like trying to be so nice to people and like so trusting and optimistic. Like people are always like, "Oh, you're gonna get used as a doormat, Buster. You're gonna fucking get taken advantage of." And it's like, I always believe in treating others how I want to be treated. So it leads to me being overly nice and giving too much positive reassurance and uh, what is this? I missed the message. I gotta scroll up. I'm gonna be a real streamer. I'm gonna be real. If streamers treat you like that, maybe they're not a nice streamer. Yeah, but sometimes, people just have a bad day and they they don't mean to be mean or rude. They just, they got to vent. I try to be empathetic. I try to be like as empathetic as possible. Like anytime somebody does anything that like pisses me off or makes me feel upset, I'm like, oh, maybe I'm overthinking it, or maybe they didn't mean it this way. It's very hard, especially through like text messages, to convey emotion or intent, because you don't have a face to express what those words mean as they are said. Because you can use faces to convey sarcasm, to convey sincerity. And when you take that element away, it's like, sure, there's emojis that can be used, or emotes, whatever, but they're not as what's the word? They're not as varied, as diverse. There's like all these like small emotions that can be conveyed with like simple like facial movements that aren't conveyed easily through a still image. As long as it isn't 4 million one sentence chat messages a minute, it should be fine. Yeah. Make a YouTube video essay about it. No. Normally I might feel like you in your chat bit chat. Wait, in your chat bit chat is so active right now, I'd struggle to talk much. It's because we started talking about economics. Tell people to kiss their sisters, lock in. I don't know. This is why chat keeps wanting to make you a chew toy. I mean, when it comes to teasing, like, if somebody wants to say something to like tease me or poke fun at me, like, oh, it's like, oh, Colchis ran into the oven again. It's like, that's fine. It's whenever people like actually use insults or derogatory terms towards me that it begins to, bother me a little bit. Especially if it's like being done more often than positive things, because it makes me worry that like everyone who sees me or sees anybody mention me is just gonna associate it with, those negative things that are being said. And it's like, I don't want to be known for that. I don't want everyone to call me a to call me a slut, or it's like, I don't know. That's why I hate phone calls. People don't lose free will because they're upset. If people are a dick, they chose to be a dick. Unhinged take. Remove from my mailing list. What do you mean? What happened? What did I do? I love voice calls because I can ignore them and play games. Pokes you. True. I have to hold myself back around my friends so fucking much when they piss me off. Fun to turn the other cheek. Don't call you a slut. That's in response to Cappy. Oh, I see. It's hard for me to keep up. There's so many messages. But I don't know, because like that's what people used to say all the time. Whenever I started getting into VTubing, my goal is to socialize and make friends and not feel so damn alone all the time. So naturally, when I started out, I was looking for collaborations at every turn. Being like, hey, would you want to play this? Would you want to do this? That sounds fun. And then people are like, oh, it's like this guy's a whore. He's always asking for collabs. It's like, man, And it makes me self-conscious whenever I want to collab. It's like, oh, should I do this? It's like, I don't know. Hardworking and funny and cool and nice. Thank you. And an awesome shoulder. Be honest and tell them they piss you off. You don't have to swear. I mean, I've been trying to do that more. You know, if somebody does something that bothers me, I've been trying to be more just upfront about how I feel. I think I'm doing a good job at it, but I don't know. It's always tricky, especially when it happens in a public space, like a Twitch chat, because I'm always worried, like, oh, it's like if I like try to put my foot down on this here, is that gonna make a fucking scene? Or is the streamer gonna be like, can we please take this to DMs? You know, like, can you please not do this in my chat? It's like, it's always tricky sometimes. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to vocalize boundaries online. It's like seeing like two people get in an argument at a restaurant, you know? People are reaching out to socialize. What a pick-me? Like a Pikmin? I think, okay, they're gonna make me try to put everything into words, which is annoying, and I feel it doesn't actually need to be stated. Yeah. Like a Pikmin. I mean, I think Pikmin literally do want to get picked, so they would be Pikmies. Not to be confused with Pygmies, which of course are people who want to be pigged. What that entails is up to your imagination. Not talking from a high horse, just trying that too. Yeah, no. It's like, I think that's another important thing, is knowing that it's okay to have a discussion or a debate or even an argument. Like, the word argument is too often correlated to negative things. It's like, oh, my divorced parents had another argument last night that went on for like 8 hours, and and now the kitchen's a mess. No, it's like arguments don't have to always be negative. Like, having a discussion or a debate over two different viewpoints can be done in a civil manner. Like, people are allowed to have different opinions. They're allowed to have different thoughts and perspectives and discuss them without, resulting in acts of hatred. I don't know. Plucking pick-me's to throw at a bulborb. Yeah. Judy Hopps is a bunny, but also a pig. Is this true? Is this revealed in Zootopia 2? Smile. I love arguing about dumb shit, by the way. Don't get it twisted. Oh no, it's fun. Oh fuck! You just reminded me, Ratty. I've got a fucking gold mine of a story. I mean, maybe it's not that much of a gold mine, but I thought it was fucking wild. So, remember how earlier in the stream, some of you might not remember because it was pretty early when I was talking about my fishing trip. My older brother brought his friend who is very seldom sober. He likes to drink, he likes to smoke, he likes to do whatever. And during the freaking car ride home, I'm gonna ignore chat a little bit while I shiny hunt and tell the story. During the car ride home, like something that my older brother and his friend do often is they'll get into debates that usually evolve into arguments. You know, they like negative arguments. They start fucking calling each other stupid and stuff, and it's like, man, or like actually getting upset about it. So they started discussing a past event that they had at a bar where they went drinking or something, And my brother's friend kept having this argument with him about whether or not this supposed person who drank with him at the bar, wearing a Scooby-Doo costume, was really a person in a Scooby-Doo costume, or if they were just a large Scooby-Doo plush. So, let me let me start from the top. Try to make this as clear and organized as possible in my brain. So, they said that there was like a large like Scooby-Doo at this bar drinking with them. And they said like my older brother said that it was just a plushie, like a large like stuffed animal that you would get at like a fair or something. That they were just like posing with for photos. He had a photo. He pulled up a photo later, and I'll get to that in a minute. And his friend, like my brother's friend, swears up and down that that was an actual person in a Scooby-Doo costume that was not saying anything. Apparently, they would pull up their mask just enough to drink, but they never saw them. They didn't say a word. And apparently he saw them like walk to the bar like from an alleyway. And I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm like, so they didn't say a single word to you. And and you saw them walk, but it's like why would they be why would my brother lie about them being like real or not? And then he pulls up the photo. And I shit you not, that was 1,000,000,000% a large stuffed animal. That was just like, it was like laying limp like this, like with its head over. Like, leaning over on my brother's friend. And he's like, no, they would just pose like that every time for the photo. And I'm like, I kept looking at it, I'm like, there's no way a human being could fit and pose in that. Like how they are. I'm like, how? First off, why would somebody do that? And I kept asking them questions. I was like, did they ever bring out their wallet to like pay? Like, did the bartender say anything? And they were just like, no. It's just so weird. And he's so adamant. Even after seeing the photo, my brother showed the photos. He's still adamant that was an actual person. So that was my experience on the ride back home. Our grandfather got pissed. He told him to like drop the conversation. He was done with it. Anyway, let me catch up on chat here. Correct, you've identified the other words people use. Yeah. Use those instead of argument. Yeah. Do get it twisted. Twist my ass. Don't do that. I'm having very rare instances of jealousy and brainworms that assume ulterior motives in people I care about suddenly shift their attention. And people that I care about suddenly shift their attention towards each other when they are chatting in a public room. Hey, bestie, check DMs, haha. And I keep having to remind myself that there's so much more to worry or care about. I get that entirely, Sayomalo. Like, like, I'll be honest. I get easily envious to a fault. Like, I do my damnedest to avoid feeling that way. But I don't know. It's like, it mostly stems from, I feel like it mostly stems from things that happened, like, in my childhood. Because, you know, it's like, I didn't grow up wealthy by any means. I was usually, like, 2 steps behind whatever the current trend was, or the most modern thing that people had at the time. Like when Pokemon cards were popular, I couldn't afford Pokemon cards. My parents couldn't afford them. And by the time they could, by the time I started, like, getting my own, everyone had jumped to Yu-Gi-Oh! Or, you know, it's like in high school, everyone had cell phones. I didn't have a cell phone. I eventually got, like, a flip phone that had, like, some minutes on it for, like, texting and emergency calls, but, you know, I was always, like, out of the loop on things. But this was especially prevalent in, like, middle school, or like the whole sense of like exclusion and feeling like envious over like uh people like engaging with each other. It stems from an old childhood friend I used to have back in like elementary school. Like I'm talking like first grade. Like first grade, became best friends. Lived close enough to each other that I could walk to their house. I would, go spend weekends, staying the night at their house, and uh, this friend of mine was, you know, they lived in a pretty wealthy household. They had their own like in-ground pool. Uh, they always had the latest video games and consoles and everything. And I'd go stay the night and like hang out with them and play games with them and stuff. Uh, and I would always attend their birthday party. Their birthday party would happen every year. I still remember their birthday to this day. Uh, it's like October 10th, but they would always invite me over for their birthday parties, and sometimes I would like take my younger brother with me, and we would have a good time. But I remember in middle school, whenever like everyone started getting introduced to the concept of cliques, it's like different, like you have so many kids like in the same building that eventually they start to divide up into groups with similar interests and stuff. I noticed that my friend started making some other friends, and they would usually talk and hang out with them and not really engage in much activity with me. And I remember their birthday was coming up, and I was like, "Oh man, like when's your birthday party?" And they told me that it was like Sunday, like on a weekend. I was like, "Okay, cool, I'll be there." And then I take my brother, and I show up Sunday to the remains of a party that had happened the day before. He had essentially told me the incorrect date so that I wouldn't be there. So yeah. That's when I realized, I was like, okay, I guess, friendship's not existing past that point. And went home, and that was that. Still saw them throughout high school, but we didn't really interact anymore. But yeah, let me catch up with all the chat now. You know what they say, Ratty? Do the twist. Meep. Roadrunner ass. Time to go. Thank you for stopping by, Capping It. Golden Freddy. Oh, right. I was talking about the Scooby-Doo thing. How much drugs was he on? I'm pretty sure he was both high and intoxicated during that Scooby-Doo encounter. Where can I find this dog? It got really weird because he started talking about how he like was hoping it was like a woman wearing the Scooby-Doo costume, because he kept talking about how he wanted to like do sexual things to them, and I was like, dude, you wanted to fuck a Scooby-Doo plush. He did not like that. But yeah. Imagine being so sloshed it makes you feel ill. Yeah. I do not drink hardly at all. One time I did, like, this was like right after, I don't know, I think it was during senior year of high school, or like right after. I remember going to a party with a friend and experiencing like alcohol for the first real time ever. I ended up drinking a lot, and learned that whenever I'm really intoxicated, I like to narrate what's going on around me, or like describe what I'm feeling or thinking in detail. It was fun. It wasn't fun. Hangovers suck. Since then, I have never gotten that drunk again. It's deeply rooted in shit from the past, yeah. The moment you realize, oh, we're not friends, yeah. Yeah. I'd invite you to my party, thank you. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, I guess another, time that I had something similar to that happen, it was senior year of high school. I remember, thinking like, "Oh, man," it's like, because I 100% was, like, never somebody that was invited to, like, parties, really, except for one friend who would occasionally have, like, a party and invite me to it. But, I remember deciding senior year, I was like, "Oh, I'll" before high school's over and I never, like, see any of these people again, it's like, I'll try to, like, have a little party, a little get together for my birthday. And I actually, used, like, the computer class or not the computer class, it was the art class computers to design a little, uh, like, invitation to hand out to people. And I was mostly acquaintances with most people. Like, I was not really, like, a social outcast, but kind of. I was always quiet, kept to myself, didn't really like, nobody really, hated me except for, like, 1 or 2 people, but I was always, like, welcome to just sit at any lunch table in the cafeteria and eat my lunch. It didn't matter, like, with what group. Sometimes it'd be the cheerleaders, sometimes it'd be the jocks or the nerds or the goths or whatever. I would just sit there and just, like, silently eat my food and then just be on my way. But, freaking Pikmin music. Uh, I handed out probably, I don't know, like, maybe 16 or 18 invitations to folks that I would, like, chat with, like, during the mornings of school or during lunch or whatever. People who I would think, might be considered, like, a friend or want to come hang out. Uh, and I remember during the actual, party for, like, the event, I had, like, a little bonfire. My mom helped me, like, make, like, set out some, like, snacks and stuff. It wasn't anything big. I was just gonna, like, have some food, chill around a fire, and just, like, hang out, basically. And aside from one of my cousins and our next door neighbor, there was one of my friends actually showed up, and they brought a couple friends with them who I had not invited, but that was pretty much it. There were probably like 4 people that I hung out with, which was fine. But yeah. So you guys like Pokemon? I wonder how many encounters we've had already. To be honest, I thought getting Milotic would have taken longer, or else I would have set up a counter. You can 100% relate on being behind on everything and not being able to participate, even to this day, despite having access to the internet now and whatnot. I just cannot help but feeling like being eternally behind because I do not trust my judgment due to lack of experience in life. It's also somewhat rooted to that time in middle school where I was unable to help a friend who was lovesick and severely depressed. Couldn't get through him to him at the time. Some other classmates showed up to somehow help him cope with his feelings, and they became best friends. Yeah, it's like get some tasty chicken. Reactine helped my itchy eyes, but not for very long. Have you had your vitamins? Chad, have you all had your vitamins? Good friendship is not measured by time alone. Exactly. Like, I still have, I have a friend who I've been friends with for, like, in real life for close to over 2 decades now. Is that right? No. Close to over 1.5 decade, I think. But, and it's like we're close friends and everything, but it's one of those things where, I don't know. I guess I don't know what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, vitamins. Uh, it's like we're good friends, but we don't know everything about each other. If that makes sense. You had a meatball sub. That's vitamins enough. Truck meatballs. Hell yeah. Yeah, no. I can understand, Sayo, the feeling of not trusting your own instincts just due to lack of being shown or taught how things can be in life. I've definitely been scammed before by like the whole, oh please help my pet is dying and I need like $30 to buy their medication. I'll pay you right back. And I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And then I'll be like, you said you'd pay me back. And then they just like don't talk to you ever again. It's like, oh, I've been scammed. Well, sometimes you just gotta learn the hard way. But once you learn it, you've learned it. Yeah, I can't wait to cook dinner in like 30 minutes. Ever since you've kept telling yourself to never really have a best friend because you want to get rid of biases, like realistically, I cannot treat all my friends the same, but I do not want to treat anyone better or worse. Exactly. It's like, I don't know, it's like having friend groups is nice, but I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. It's always good to expand your horizons, you know? It's like before I got into streaming, 99% of all my social interactions were in a small group that played FF14 together. Absolutely want to treat some people better. Well, I mean, I guess what they're trying to say, because like clearly, if you have somebody that you like cherish, like a dear friend, you want to treat them better than other people, but or like other acquaintances. Here we go. New playlist. Actually, you know what? No, give me the classic. Come on. There we go. But no, I guess it's like if you have like friends who are in the same group, you don't want to treat one better or worse than the other. If you know, want to be friends with everyone equally. I don't know. I guess it depends. Something I've realized this past week, where the people I've tried to impress for years, I don't really trust compared to friends that we happen to stumble across. I get that entirely. Yeah, like I've had people um, that I've like tried to impress or become good friends with, and then it's like when similar or when the thoughts aren't reciprocated, that's when you just kind of gotta like let things happen naturally. You can't force a friendship. You also can't be friends with everybody. Like that's just not gonna happen. Yeah. You don't want there to be like a hierarchy where somebody's like, "Oh, I wish they gave me 2 cupcakes instead of just Timmy all the time." Yeah, no, what I was gonna say earlier, is like I used to socialize just in a group of, folks who all played FF14 together. And, although it was nice, uh, there would be moments where I would realize that outside of just playing FF14, there wasn't a whole lot of chemistry going on. Uh, and so, outside of raiding together or whatever, I would just feel very like isolated and just be like, man, sure would be nice to branch out and find other folks with similar interests that I can socialize with and coexist. It doesn't mean that I have to stop being friends with the people I played FF14 with entirely. Like, you can be friends with somebody and not talk with them every single day, Everyone seems to hate hypothetical Timmy. Listen, you have to have somebody to hate. Somebody to focus all your hatred and rage and anger on. No. I will laser focus all my attention towards Tommy instead. Tom Nook. Doesn't help I'm absolutely terrible at starting conversations when there's not a mic in front of you. Yeah. Any friendship is now devalued as clout chasing, yeah. How about that weather? Sure is warm. What was that fucking thing Razul said the other day? It was so fucking funny. He's like, any day with you guys sure is a day. It's like, friends being understanding that you aren't going to talk to them every day. Yeah, that's how me and my close IRL friend are. It's like we all got our own lives. They have kids, they have a family. And I can't always, be there. It's like we live farther apart than we used to. But they're still my friend. If they ever got in a bind and needed me to help them, I would do my best to help them, Oxygen levels are off the chart. Sprug. It's been humid today. I hate the humid heat. Yeah, no, conversation is difficult. It's like having writer's block, I usually try to lead conversations with a question. But, it has to be a better question than asking how X is. It's got to be something relative to the person you're wanting to talk to. But if you don't know much about that person to begin with, that's when it gets really tricky. Like, oh, I've interacted with you for 5 seconds in passing. So how do you like video games? I can only nod and say yes. But no, I think it's important to establish relations with people that you like, but if they don't like you, you can't force things. Sometimes people want to just keep their space, or it can be difficult to socialize with everybody. Like when I first started getting into streaming, and that was my entire goal, was to socialize. It still mostly is. I was like trying to converse with dozens of different people all the time, and that can be straining. And now there's like, it's like I'll occasionally I'll see somebody go live that I haven't tuned into for like several months, and I'll be like, oh, I wonder what they're up to. Or it'll be somebody who used to like, pop in here all the time, and they haven't been in here in a long time, and it's like I'll see them in passing or something. It doesn't mean that anybody hates you, it just means they're too busy and you gotta pick and choose. People don't care enough to hate. Yeah. You have to try really hard to get somebody to hate you, usually. In some cases, it's on site. I mean, I guess if somebody is like actively presenting themselves in a way that completely goes against your ideals and beliefs, and don't have like anything positive to go behind that. Because like if somebody were to like if I were to see somebody who was like, man, it's like I hate mining. I hate rocks. But aside from that, they were like a genuinely good person. I wouldn't hate them for it. I'd just be like, okay, well, higher pitch sprig. I need more sounds. I need to get a Goki level of sounds that people can produce in chat. That's gonna take time though. Like everything. And a secret menu of sounds, yeah. And a way to pitch the sounds up and down, or like make them faster or slower. I was thinking about like, oh man, what if I took predictions for how many encounters it would take, but there's no fucking way that would ever work. Because predictions don't last through streams, I'm pretty sure. I know it can be very tricky to just like, what's the word? To understand and accept uh everyone else, having their own lives sometimes. Going back on like the topic of like seeing two people hit it off as friends that you wish you could, or like doing their own thing. Like everyone's gonna be doing their own thing. I'm always doing my own thing. It's like I had a conversation with a friend recently about how we don't really voice chat that much anymore. And it's like, well, I don't really voice chat that much to begin with, like anymore. I very rarely hop in like Discord calls because I'm usually at work or streaming or doing chores or just like unwinding from and like letting my social battery recharge and like watching something. Oh, nice. Anyone got any projects they're working on? Any art? Any game achievements? Any series you're trying to watch through? You're back in the Monster Hunter mines? I see. Can't believe I scared off most of the chat with my with my tragic backstory talk. Had a power outage earlier tonight though. Hope nothing was damaged. I don't know. I'm always worried that because like typically if there's like a thunderstorm, I'll just leave my computer plugged in. But I do sometimes worry that maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. What's Regirock's shiny collars? Chocolate. He looks like a chocolate rock golem. A lot of brown. Dark brown. You're cooking dinner? Not scared off? Thank you, Pumpwall. What are you cooking? Yeah, I don't know. I always worry if I get too personal or like sentimental, it'll like deter people. They'll alt tab and lower the volume to 1%. Lilith hit something hard. That's not in the mining gacha, Lilith. The closest you're getting is the mineral coming tonight. Thunderstorm deep fried your power supply 5 years ago. Scary. Get a surge protector or a surge protection power bar. See, I'm pretty sure my power supply has surge protection. Ground elk to toss on top of a pizza and elk burgers. That sounds delicious. The closest I've had to that is, well, to elk in general is deer. My grandfather makes some good deer jerky. Say that when you have a house with no grounding outlets. Huh. It's called trauma bonding. Yeah. It does feel like a thing that most like streamers do eventually is they'll just like talk about personal things, but I try to not, you know, let it get too involved, I guess. I don't know. Ooh. More like cringeonite. I need to make a Reggie Rock ore bunny. Who was it that said? Somebody said it was like there's some holiday or week coming up that's called like Golden Week or something. I think it was Jimmy Map saying I need to make draw like a gold ore bunny, which I've drawn one before. But I don't know. It feels weird trying to draw things other than the stuff that I said I would make that I need to make. No, Reggie, still don't put your arm down. Wait, don't do it. Put your arm down. I see. Hello, Metal Deer. Golden Week, yeah. Much like this golden Regirock sprite. Art redeem of Damocles dangling above your tablet. No! Is that when they draw the gold bikinis? Or is that another week? I'm pretty sure it's the gold bikini thing. If memory serves. Isaac ref? Oh, Damocles. Yeah, something I need to do off stream is I need to boot up Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness and get the berries that I'm missing from their what is it? It's like the battle points that you get in those games for the Coliseums and stuff. There's some good items from it. I want to try to get at least one of each berry, and then any remaining points I have, I'll try to like spend on useful items for battling, like a choice band or something. Wouldn't it be fucked up if, like, if this was just rolling the same Regirock every time, and I just never knew? It's like, oh, sorry, once you've generated Regirock once in your save file, it stays that forever. I suppose the only way I'd know for sure is if I used a move that did consistent damage, like Seismic Toss, and noticed a distinct difference in HP value. Just imagine being like the Ruin Maniac standing outside of this cave seeing like 5 trillion Regirocks fly out of the ceiling. Why does it say they flew away? You think that's like just how they have it described for like the legendary birds from Kanto, and they just never changed it? I wonder if it says that for Groudon and Kyogre. Hello, Nano Dan. Hope you had a good work day. Welcome to the tail end of today's shiny hunting expedition. We got Milotic earlier. So the last Pokemon we need for our living dex for Gen 3 is literally Regice and Registeel. But because I want to shiny hunt the Regis, like all three of them, It's gonna be a while before we complete the living decks. I'll have to like change the title next time to just like shiny hunting. Nano, if you could design a new Reggie to be added to the cast, what type would it be? And what would it be made of? A dragon one and dragon miasma and bone dragon energy. But Nano, there's already a dragon one. And he looks like a Captain Crunchberry. Dragging my ass, what? This is a picture of your clock. He's posting his clock. Oh, cool. It's one of those abstract art clocks. Are you gonna like wait for somebody to enter your room and be like, "What's wrong with your clock, dude?" And then you can be like, "Oh man, sorry, it's been so hot here lately." I almost said ghost for mine, but couldn't figure out how to go about that. I've seen a couple ghost type Reggie concepts. One of them being like a tomb of some sort, and the other one being like being shaped like the classic ghost sprite from Gen 1, but with a Frankenstein nail going through the top. Hanging my drippy clock out in chat. Got really mad and squeezed it. You stretched it out like a glob of pizza dough and spun it around a couple times and it fell on your desk and you left it there. Eight more minutes, chat. Boy, am I tired and hungry and tired and hungry and tired. Hi, Karumba. Oh, yeah, I heard they're adding like a new distribution for Pokemon Home, where if you complete your Legend ZA Pokedex in Pokemon Home, you'll get a shiny Volcanion. What if it was called Reggie Cock? Yeah, what if? Why, it would be fighting type and made of chickens, of course. Psychic one called Reggie Clock. Would it know, like, Trick Room and Agility? Hypnosis. Parish Song. Wacky min-max stats. Of course. Of course. That's another thing, right? Every Reggie has, like, a specific stat spread. Like, you know, Regirock is physical defense. Like a stat focus, I should say. Regirock is physical defense. Regice is special defense. Registeel is a balance between both defenses. Regigigas is physical attack. Regieleki is speed, and Drago is HP. So I guess in regards to making like new Regis, the only ones that we're really missing would be one that has like a priority in special attack, and maybe one that's got like even stats in both offensive stats. Like a counter to Registeel. Nice break. Nice. You want to play Dragon Quest VIII now? How come? What? Oh, the casino music, I see. I see. Reggie Knock, Dark type, Fucked Up and Evil, and ROM hack exclusive. Is that from a ROM hack? I remember seeing like concept art for like a Regigigas like sky form. Always thought it was neat. DK. Giga 6? No. Man. I do wonder how long it'll take to finish this. Shit! How you doing, Ilya? Are you excited for your new job and your new place of living? Taking the day off. Nice. I want to move so bad. Google takes so long to hire. It's pissing you off. Damn. They got to go through every single Google search you've ever made in your life as part of your background check. Alright. Well, that's the last Reggie Rock check for the night. Ay, caramba. Do not try to use Bing either. To hide it, they will get pissed. True. Alright. Let's find a raid target. Choco Jax is doing art. Sleepsy's playing Fatal Frame. Delphi's playing Final Fantasy. Uwo's playing with eggs. I've been seeing a lot of Grounded collabs lately. I want to play Grounded at some point, maybe. I don't know. Perhaps. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching. We'll rate Sleepsy, I suppose. Oh my god, Sleepsy looks scary. They've got no eyes. Cool. Thanks for stream. Thanks for watching. I appreciate everyone for hanging out. Sorry for trauma dumping. Rating someone who's offline to get their hoe ass online. Alright, rating Nanodan. Raid message, by the way, is Sleepsy with whatever emote you like. You can unlock Kolaku Stare for 80 channel points. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching. Look forward to more shiny hunting Reggie Rock next week. We're gonna have enough time to, yeah. I like to try to clean up my OBS as we're getting the raid ready. Cool. Anywho, Thursday, Tears of the Kingdom. And then Saturday, Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah. That's all I've got. Thanks for watching. Take care. And I'll see you next time.